Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you had a very good evening yesterday, and I hope you are enjoying your stay here. Just a few points. For those who have the microphones in front of you, if you need to speak, you just press the button once, and when the red light comes on, you speak. When you are done, you press the right button again to switch it off. Yesterday, we were really enjoying the sections, so we were behind time. Today, we will try to be a little bit more efficient, so we will be doing timekeeping. There will be someone not too far from the door there with a little bell, and they will signal you when you are speaking to remind you of the time limitations. So this morning I will quickly share with you a brief summary of yesterday. Yesterday, our day began with inspiring words from the pastor, and then also we listened to the Honorable Prime Minister of Fiame, Naomi Manta-Affad, who provided our opening address, issuing a call to accelerate actions to address persistent challenges in the region, noting, quote, "This is urgency for small island states to move forward with transformative food systems approaches, including government support towards building sustainable, resilient, and inclusive agri-food systems that fit our respective contexts," end of quote. And then we had an intervention from the FAO Director General, Dr. K. Donke. In his remarks, Dr. K reassured the audience of FAO's commitment to the region to work with Pacific SIDS to meet their sustainable development goals. The Director General also noted that it is times of crisis and the sense of urgency that spur innovation, which we are able to witness in the latter stages of our program yesterday afternoon with the many inspiring stories by our young entrepreneurs in the region. And then we had His Excellency Ambassador Webson, the chair of the Alliance of Small Island States. Ambassador Webson sent an encouraging message to promote sustainable food systems and combat all forms of malnutrition, and for agencies like FAO to help ensure SIDS keep up with the pace of innovation based on the needs and experiences of their people, with lessons learned from the region and within SIDS around the region. I think his key point really was that SIDS, when we are talking about innovation, we should look at innovations that fit the purpose of SIDS. Then we had the ministerial section. Our ministerial section was opened with a presentation by our sub-regional coordinator, Ms. Zanjun Yao, which highlighted data collected from around the region, showing the impacts of COVID-19 and the 5F crisis on our regional food systems. Just to, I know we use this development jargon, we say the 5F crisis, but I think by now you are all familiar with what we are talking about. is the increasing prices of food, feed, fertilizers, finance, and fuel. In many cases, our region experienced significant price rises under COVID-19, then rising to unprecedented heights since the outbreak of the war in Ukraine. This was noted by Ms. Zanjon Yao. The ministerial statements follow, which offer unique but also many shared experiences from the region in being impacted by the successive crises. Perhaps the most common recommendations provided yesterday were the following: reduce dependency on food import was strongly voiced by all countries, the natural corollary being enhancing domestic food production. There was a call to work together more within the region, more cooperation, more collaboration. Several countries expressed the need for animal feed, meals, and the need for continued research and innovation for extension services. Some pointed out that funding is essential, without which there is no way to see the implementation of food system transformation or to increase resilience in any meaningful way. And of course, action is needed now more than ever, a couple of ministers noted. And then we had Section 6 with an intervention from the FAO Senior Food Safety and Nutrition Officer for the region, Mr. Sridhar Dhamapuri, who opened Section 6, reminding us that this crisis is an opportunity for transformative change in agri-food systems, namely, for them to be fit for purpose. That is, produce sufficient and nutritious food, use natural resources optimally and in the nature-friendly ways so that they are renewed and provide sustainable livelihoods for smallholders and family farmers. This is where the UN Food System Summit and the process it is fostering has played a significant role. It has placed food security back on the center as a significant issue. It has placed food security back at the center of the global development agenda and making agri-food systems more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable is at the core of FAO's new strategic framework 2023 to 2027. Also, Section 6, during the discussions, we heard from Vanuatu, Samoa, and Fiji on how to implement their national food systems pathways with respect to governance, inclusion, diversity, and equity, and the focus on food policies, respectively. We also received a recap of national food systems pathway documents to date, reminding that 10 of the 14 countries have produced pathway documents with many still being developed. FAO stands ready to assist in drafting, improving, and adapting these pathway documents, as well as turning them into action. As will be necessary, deemed necessary by the governments. In Section 7, we were provided with an update on the progress to date since last year's SIDS Solutions Forum, with many of the interventions in the Pacific focusing on innovative technology, enhancing entrepreneurship. I set the rules, and I've been caught by the rules. Mr. Tarek Rashid then took us on a tour of the agribusiness landscape in the Pacific. Some key lessons learned from that research was to invest in stakeholder relationships, embrace digital readiness, create forward-thinking business plans, and to fully assess supply chains in research in agribusiness. During our panel 7 segment, Our Cook Islands delegate reminded us that partnership is not only partnership with donors, but also in our own backyard. Government has to support local innovators. The next part of our section was filled with too many exciting entrepreneurial ventures to list here. But it is just to say it, I look forward to ordering veggie parks, coconut flour, and Rock Island coffee on my next trips around the region. Congratulations to all of our participants in the Innovators Accelerator Camp. And finally, we closed business for the day with a case study of South-South and triangular cooperation and lessons learned to date. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. With this, I will invite the chair for our next section, Honorable Ruteki Tekiera, the Karibati Minister of Environment, Land, and Agriculture. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, Dalafa Lava. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another heavy agenda for us today, and I wish to call on the meeting in order so we can be able to cover all the agenda items and end on schedule as well. But before we start, I can see we are not quorum because of the party last night. And if I have a special power, if the meeting is not quorum, I can dismiss the meeting. But anyway, we can go ahead. So please allow me first to acknowledge our Honorable Minister for hosting a dinner last night. I was so grateful for this opportunity to chair this panel session on the Pacific overview of the situation of nutrition and food security, a topic of importance to us, Pacific SIDS, and for the sake of this forum session that allow for the opportunity to provide feedback that will inform the final version. Our panel session this morning, we will hear from our Caribbean partners and as well as from the Cook Islands, Kiribati, and Solomon Islands. With this, I now invite the President, Joseph Nima. I'm sorry if I cannot pronounce well your names. Joseph Nima, FOU Food and Nutrition Officer for the Pacific Islands. So, my friend Joseph, the floor is yours.
All right, so I will be sharing the preliminary results of the overview of nutrition and food security in the Pacific report. And then, colleagues, again, this is just a preliminary result, so we will entertain feedback from everybody. I should begin by saying that this report is being produced by a partnership of FAO, WFP, IFAD, WHO, UNICEF, and SPC. The presentation outline is as follows. There will be the aim of the report, the rationale for a Pacific report, overview of the approach, summary of some key findings, and then some details in the report. So the objective of this report, the objectives are as follows. 1, describe the context, the current state of food security and nutrition status in the Pacific, and provide a baseline for subsequent reports. And to describe the current context of the region, highlighting key drivers and influences on food security and nutrition status, specifically changing food systems, nutrition transition, climate change, and natural disasters, and the impact of COVID-19. So with this, I should also point out that globally, there is a version of this report that is produced, but we also have another version at the regional level that is usually released in Bangkok by all the UN agencies, but this one is particularly focused on the Pacific, and this is the first time. Rationale, unique context of the Pacific region is what we want to spotlight in this report, but also to highlight the context of island states, but also to highlight diverse cultures that are within the Pacific Islands, to focus on the issues related to nutrition transition, reliance on imported foods, but subsistence is still very important. And lastly, to spotlight the issues related to climate change and natural disasters. A summary of the approach that has been used. So indicators used in this report were based on the SDG and World Health Assembly indicators where possible. Previous state of food security and nutrition global and regional reports and feedback from partners in the region. We also proceed, after the indicator list was confirmed, an initial search of key databases was undertaken to identify likely sources of data. This resulted in development of a spreadsheet that outlined typical key data collection activities. The typical key data collection activities included, for example, agricultural census, surveys, demographic, health surveys, global surveys, school meal programs, global school health surveys, households income and expenditure survey, multiple indicator cluster survey, multiple indicator cluster survey, and with demographic health survey components. National Nutrition Survey, stepwise approach to NCD risk factor in surveillance and UNICEF activities. The data collection activities formed the basis of the search. Initially, all data collection activities were reviewed, and those with data sets from 2010 onwards were included. For each key data collection activity, data was searched for, identified, and recorded. The survey data set was then cross-checked using a series of sites, resources depending on the indicator. The report was then developed using the available data. Now, as you know, for every study, usually there are limitations, and this particular REAP report is not an exception. The mapping focus on large-scale surveys data sets to try and maintain consistency between indicators. There is peer-reviewed literature. However, this tends to cover only small, limited samples, and because of this, we were unable to make sure that the data was generalized to a wider population. There were also discrepancies in the measures used across the literature according to minimizing comparability. At times, only a fact sheet was available, and therefore without access to the data set or questions, it is possible that some indicators have not been identified. Sometimes the report or associated dissemination material appear to be present findings that may align with an indicator, but this could not be confirmed as the original tool was not available. Now, I wouldn't go too much into this, but this is just to let you know that this research, this report, the process of producing this report was not perfect. So there were some limitations. Now, I go strictly to the key findings. So the first component here is on health, nutrition data. Who is represented in this report? Limited data on actual dietary intake across all age groups. Women aged 15 to 49 years and children 5 years are better represented, but more data is needed. So you can see here this part is pointing out the existence of data gaps in the region. Men appear to be underrepresented in the data sources. Most likely are MICS, as MICS is targeted at material and child nutrition. You can see there when we say MICS is multiple indicator cluster surveys. Very limited data for children under age 6 to 14 years. This is a problem because young people are the future of tomorrow. And we need to have, and we know that malnutrition affects predominantly this particular demographic group, but we don't have a lot of data on them. There appears to be significant gaps in some countries. For example, Cook Islands, FSM, Nauru, Niue, Palau, Tokelau, and Tuvalu. We don't have a lot of data in these countries when it comes to malnutrition. For example, I think it's very, very difficult to determine the incidence of malnutrition in Cook Islands. We do have in other countries like Samoa and Fiji. Limited data on actual macronutrient deficiency is also a major problem. Now, key findings. So PU is population of undernourishment, a prevalence of undernourishment. And FIAS is a full insecurity experience scale. So as you can see on the table, data is available for 7 of the 17 countries in this report. Now, I should have pointed out earlier, again, yesterday during the accelerator camp, I pointed out that you did see some people from Maldives, Timor-Leste, and PNG. This report is also an activity of the SIDS Solutions platform. And this platform covers these countries. So a lot of the activities that we do under this platform do not only cover the Pacific Islands, they go to Maldives, Timor-Leste, and PNG. So you realize that this report also covers these countries. Yearly trends over time from 2001 to 2002 are shown in Figure 1. You can also see on this graph, data is available for 6 of the 17 countries in this report. So for example, Fiji, Kiribati, Samoa, Tonga, Maldives, and Vanuatu. From the 2018 period to the 2021 period, the prevalence reported as a percentage rose in Fiji from 14.3 to 19.3%. This is an increase of 5%. Others remained stable. Trends for 2017 to 2019, 18, 2020, and 2019 to 2021 are shown in Figure 2. Now, on this slide, I would share with you the findings related to adult nutrition. So the first indicator we look at is obesity. The prevalence of obesity among adults increased in all countries beginning 2000 to 2016 and was above the 2016 global prevalence of 13% for 15 out of the 17 countries included in this study. By 2016, the prevalence of obesity was above 45% in Cook Islands, Kiribati, FSM, Marshall Islands, Nauru, Niue, Samoa, Tonga, and Tuvalu. Across all 12 countries with available gender-specific BMI, this is body mass index data, women had a higher prevalence of obesity than males. Now I talk about diets. Adult MDD, MDDW, now those acronyms are broken down, you can see there. And MFF varied, very limited. Literature exists, but methodology is not consistent and limited in coverage. So it's very difficult sometimes when the data have not been collected consistently to make comparison. About 9 out of 10 adults, this is about 85% or greater, eat less than the daily recommendation of 5 servings of fruits and or vegetables for Fiji, Solomon Islands, Kiribati, FSM, Marshall Islands, and you can see the rest of the countries there. This is a major problem in terms of the consumption of fruits and vegetables. I continue with diets and still talking about adult nutrition. On average, adults from Kiribati consumed 3.7 servings of sugary drinks per day for both sexes. Servings for males and 3.9 servings for females. In Marshall Islands, most adults, about 89%, consumed at least 1 serving of SSB per day. SSB is sugar sweetened beverage. Over half, 54%, consumed 2 or more servings and 10% consumed 0 servings. In Palau, most adults, about 77%, consumed at least 1 serving of SSB per day. Nearly half of adults consumed 2 or more servings of SSB per day, and 23% consumed 0. High intake, I should point out, of sugar-sweetened beverage increases the risk of non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, obesity, and tooth decay due to the nutrient pool and high sugar and caloric content. Thank you, colleagues. In light of the limited data regarding actual dietary consumption, the report focuses on fruits and vegetables, sugar-sweetened beverages, and salt intake. In terms of child nutrition, of all countries in this report, the Maldives had the highest reported prevalence of anemia among women of reproductive age yearly throughout 2000 to 2019. The Federated States of Micronesia had the lowest reported prevalence each year throughout 2000 to 2019. Data for the prevalence of stunting and overweight was available for 12 of the 17 countries included in this report. Data for the prevalence of wasting was available for 9 of the 17 countries, range from the year 2007 to 2021. Model estimates of prevalence of stunting among children under 5 by countries range from 2% in Tonga to 48% in Timor-Leste in 2020. Model estimates of prevalence of overweight among children under 5 by country range from 2% in Kiribati to 12% in Tonga. In terms of cost of food, you can see the main point here to share with you is the cost of healthy diets is a significant determinant of food acquisition and consumption in the region. Households within the region spend a considerable proportion of expenditure on food and non-alcoholic beverages. In terms of data gaps, this is very important. There are many gaps within the data for the region, including data related to FIAS and POU for some countries, actual dietary consumption for all age groups, women 15 to 49 years and children under 5 years, are better represented, but more data is needed. Children aged 6 to 14, we don't have a lot of data on this group. Some countries will have data on other indicators than others. Actual rates of macronutrient deficiency, we don't have a lot of data on this key indicator for development. Food systems indicators, no consensus on what these are and the associated data. We don't have data on food environments. We also have very limited data on the cost of healthy diets. Now, what is included in the report, you can see here, this has been a brief summary of key findings. The report currently includes information on the following. So we do have information on POU and FIES. We do have information on adult in terms of nutrition. We do have some information in terms of adolescent and how nutrition is in fact affecting them. We have information on children, health systems, and food systems. Ladies and gentlemen, I was just perfectly on time. Thank you.
Thank you, and Favetai Joseph, for the presentation. It is very informative, and we can find from the presentation a lot of challenges. So we have some panelists to be able to address these challenges. And if I can invite all the panelists, the first one is to address the question from the presentation are these: what are the policy and technical implications of these findings? And the second, how do you see your organization playing a role to improve nutrition and food security in the region? So these two questions that we have to invite our panelists to address this question for us today. So may I can invite the first panelist, Chi Young Hun Ha. What can I pronounce this? Chi Young Hun Ha, FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for the Pacific. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Your Excellency Minister and Chairman. You pronounced my name perfectly. Thank you. First of all, from the perspective of FAO, I would like to thank the Pacific offices of WFP, IFAD, UNICEF, WHO, and SPC for their agreeing to join this very important partnership. FAO office in the Pacific initiated this project with the belief that we need an analysis to spotlight the unique issues on food security, nutrition security, and rural development in the very unique context of the Pacific. So no one would disagree, I believe, that we need data and also evidence information for both policy and programming in order to advance the development agenda. So you heard this, Joseph, FAO, in partnership with those mentioned UN organizations, we generate the global and the regional version of such a report called SOFI. It is a very excellent, but just, it is hard to sometimes see the Pacific countries on various global and regional maps. And also it is often very hard for us to read about the Pacific in these reports. So this plans why we convened our colleagues for us to work together to begin this agenda to develop such a kind of report. To respond to Chairman's question regarding FAO's role in those relevant agenda of food security, nutrition, and rural development in the Pacific. So our work in our all can be unfolded to three strategic interventions, supporting the government, for instance, to set up the enabling environment is one, and providing technical assistance to the key areas where the countries don't have the technical capacity in your country, but rather you need assistance from others within FAO's facilitation and support. And also, FAO's work can be unfolded to the third area. It is to support the countries to build your own capacity, including the institutional capacity, but also the individual capacity for sustainability with FAO's technical assistance and also the assistance from the others. So regarding with the policy advisory and also technical assistance, it is well-known fact, we believe, but the study, when developing this report, point out that we have a big challenge here in the Pacific across the countries. That is the data gaps. And you cannot design a program to combat NCDs in particularly in your country when you don't know the current status. And also, how do we measure our success on our efforts? And also, we cannot advocate for increase in agriculture production if we can't account for the current status of agriculture production and also don't understand its possible trade-offs to the environment in the Pacific. And also, we may fail to convince our cabinet to put more financial investment from the federal budget to the agriculture sector. So in this regard, we need good data and evidence to convince all those concerned stakeholders in countries. So about this report, FAO has an interest in continually supporting the production of this report to contribute to the policy landscape in the Pacific. Because as I mentioned previously and also highlighted by Joseph, it is a key way of contributing to improve nutrition, food security, and rural development. But from FAO's perspectives, we will not immediately commit the development of the next report until we hear your feedback about its values when this first edition is released. So your guidance is very prominent for our kind of efforts, continued efforts. And also in terms of FAO's ground programming, FAO will draw this analysis to continue to support the governments and partners in promoting the production and consumption of fresh, healthy, and also safe and nutritious foods in countries. And to build an efficient, resilient, and inclusive and sustainable agri-food systems is our vision, and we stand ready to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ji Hangjung Hu, for your presentation and answering the question. So may I remind our panelists to talk within the time limits as scheduled so that we can end on schedule, please. So my friend on my left, I can ask him to answer the question on time limits 5 minutes. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Honorable ministers, distinguished guests, good morning to you all. Alphaba from the World Food Programme. And so first I'd like to thank our host, the government of Samoa and FAO for organizing this Solutions Forum. I think this is very timely given the context of the Pacific at this time to be having the Solutions Forum to continue to build on taking stock of what has happened since the 2021 forum, and now building on that to see how we can advance these initiatives in the region. So for me, my intervention mainly looks at the report. I'll just building on our colleagues, Joseph's presentation of the report and my colleague here, Jianjun's intervention, and recognizing that obviously there are limitations in the report, but it's a very important first step to zoom into the Pacific region itself and try to understand the issues. And now we have a baseline that we can start to work on. So that's a very, very important step for the Pacific. And what we've seen come out quite clearly is that when we look at a region in like the Pacific, we look on the two dimensions of food security and nutrition. We see that access to healthy diets, nutritious food, is the challenge, more than access to food itself. And we're grateful for that. We thank God that we're in a region, unlike what we see in most parts of the world, where we do not have to resort to food assistance. So for us, that's success in the region, and we'll definitely do our best to help governments in the region to maintain that. And so for us here, it's about making nutritious food more accessible, affordable, and available. We have to move away from making it less attractive to focus on nutritious diets and opt for the non-nutritious varieties. But in the short term, we have to put in place priorities, the mitigation of food security shocks through country-led programs, boosting production and market-oriented initiatives to ensure that on the one hand, both farmers and consumers have equitable access to improving their food security and livelihoods. Two, that increases in productivity are not achieved at the expense of the environment. And three, recovery efforts ensure that those most at risk of food insecurity and malnutrition do not fall through the cracks. So we have to ensure that as we move forward, that we sustain what already exists, that are good practices in the region. And looking at moving forward, we have to identify that we have to work with our partners in the region, and I think there's a lot of emphasis on partnerships, to ensure that immediate funding is available to address the impacts of high prices due to the food crisis globally in the short term, and address food security and nutrition and livelihood needs of the poorest. Two, we have to look at allocating multi-year funding, and this goes for our development partners as well, to ensure that we are not just focusing on pilots, but we're looking at long-term solutions. And three, we have to strengthen our early warning systems, including for economic shocks and in setting anticipatory action, focus-based financing schemes that are aligned with resilience and longer-term DRR planning in the region. And four is to support governments to expand the coverage of existing social protection systems, strengthening them and allowing shock-responsive social protection to be set up in a way that respects the context and culture of the region. So these are areas that we feel that we can add value in supporting governments to ensure that we achieve food security and nutrition in the region. WFP ideally has been working in a lot of these areas together with FAO on the use of the MVAM tool to do remote data collection and analysis that helps inform part of what we saw in the report. So, and also our activities within the region that allows us to look at some of these areas, and thankfully to the UNSG funding, we're also able to get some additional funding for some of the activities, and advancing the work on anticipatory action within the region, together with our partners, FAO, and social protection issues that we hope that governments will adopt policies that makes it very inclusive and leave no one behind. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. Alpha Ba. It's the World Food Program Country Director of the Pacific. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
So the next panelist, we invite the Blatumna Daha, the UNICEF Chief of Nutrition for the Pacific. The floor is yours. 5 minutes, please.
Your Excellency, Honourable Minister, I believe she's not online yet, so I've been advised that I'll be speaking next. It's Karen Makusua from the Pacific. So Talapalava, Malo Mavanoa, wonderful to be with you this morning just to make a few comments around this really important report. I won't repeat some of the implications that have already been said. I think we all recognise that data is a huge issue here. But I would like to say that I think one of the key implications is that we need a systems approach to these things. We have been acting often in silos in our different technical areas for many years, and it's not solving the solution, providing the solutions that we need. So coming back to the idea of food systems thinking and food systems approaches has to be the way that we address the very complex, interconnected issues around food and nutrition security for the region. And of course, I think we can't have these conversations also without talking about it in the context of climate change and biodiversity loss. They will both have ongoing and continued impacts on food and nutritional security in our region. So the Pacific community is the only regional agency that has combined competence across most parts of the food system. The blue-green nexus of food production, consumption, trade, policy, and this includes work in health, climate, ocean science, disaster resilience, agriculture and forestry, fisheries, water, energy, and the human sciences, human rights, youth, gender, and of course statistics. We've been working to bring this together through a food systems flagship program, which was commenced several years ago, and fortunately was able to then move into the work done through the Food Systems Summit. And through that program, we're looking at providing support to our member countries in 6 main ways that will help bring about the transformation we need to address these key issues. The first is our happy place, science for nutritious and resilient food production. So by increasing the understanding of the nutritional value of a broad range of our foods, building on local and traditional knowledge, applying research on resilient food production systems, we will help ensure that Pacific people have the access needed to nutritious diets in the face of climate change. And an example is our work to identify and breed salt and drought resilient varieties of our staple crops, and the development of biocontrols for critical pests that are impacting our agriculture industry. The second part is around healthy and equitable food environments. We work with policymakers to promote fair access to healthy and nutritious food, combined with education and awareness on healthy eating and supporting fair market access for Pacific food producers. For example, we're now working with our members to establish baseline information on the volume and types of unhealthy imported foods, so foods high in fat, salt, sugar, so that our members can be better informed and guide their trade policies and legislation that promote healthy diets. The Pacific was one of the first regions in the world that introduced legislation to try and stop unhealthy foods coming in. Another area working there is development of a regional aquaculture strategy. We know that protein is an issue in our region. We're supporting critical public goods that underpins Pacific food systems. For example, our Centre for Crops and Trees here in Suva, which is the gene bank for the region, conserving and researching our important sustainable crops. We're also looking at how we can provide innovation and on coastal and atoll food systems, taking an integrated approach that applies agroecology approaches and circular solutions to land management, feed production, energy and water management, so that we can boost coastal food production while protecting oceans and seas. And our scaling up community-based fisheries management is part of that really important work. We're building future food capacities, and this is about empowering our people, investing in the capabilities of governments and food system actors to address the challenges that are coming. Applying One Health approaches is part of this, and working with women and young people to help those food systems leaders bring the transformations that we need. And of course, finally, harnessing appropriate and innovative digital technologies. We know data sets are important, and some examples of what we're doing there is using artificial intelligence to collect fisheries data, providing much easier access to larger amounts of data for analysis. Another example is our Pacific Pest and Pathogens Weeds app, which supports extension officers and farmers identifying pests and finding solutions while in the field. So that's just a couple of the examples of the work that we are doing and will continue to do in this area. And we look forward to working with our partners around this table to achieve the transformation we need in Pacific food systems. Dr. Taitele.
So the next on the list is the last from the first round is behind white, Dr. Tomo Kanda to address 2 questions. Please, the floor is yours.
Good morning first. Good morning all. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm sorry I'm now on mission to the Vanuatu. I'm connected from the Vanuatu. And as the final report indicate, malnutrition, triple burden of nutrition exists in the Pacific. Especially NCD, non-communicable disease, is still a very leading cause of mortality in these regions. So prevention is really key. A prevention, especially component of nutrition and a healthy diet. These are the very important components. And as we know, non-communicable disease are very complex issues, and the social response required a very strong social response, multi-sector approach, and also all of government, all of society approaches. There are needs for early interventions and close monitoring through the surveillance. As you may know, WHO, we have, based on evidence, WHO best buys cost-effective interventions, starting exclusive breastfeeding program, salt, trans fat reduction, and also food marketing restriction for the especially children, vulnerable population. And also we do investment case studies. If the country didn't do the cost for non-action, if we don't do any actions, what would be the cost for non-action? And then if the country want to implement set of the very best buy intervention, what would be the cost for the implementation of the interventions? So these are the areas WHO we are supporting for the Pacific countries. And also creating healthy environment is a key through, first of all, developing and also strengthening legislative framework and policies. Particularly, we are supporting WHO Health Promoting School, and also most recently, we organized 2 workshops back-to-back in November in Fiji. First one, work on health taxes on sugar-sweetened beverage, alcohol, and also tobacco. Most of the Pacific, health tax is very common, which I'm very impressed. However, we have to also carefully analyze and also improve how we design the taxation first, including the rate, and how we try to get a earmark for those tax revenue to be utilized for the health promotion and also preventative purpose. These are the very important. Still, we have to work on this. And also the other things, which is very challenging, restriction marketing for the protecting children. SPC and also CPON, we are working together how we can develop these restriction marketing policies, including trading policy in the region of the Pacific. And also once the country develops good law, regulations, policy, enforcement is very important. Strengthening enforcement of such laws or policy, especially health promoting school and also breastfeeding, exclusive breastfeeding for the children just after the birth, at least 6 months and also beyond. And the strengthening close monitoring and evaluation for health outcomes and impact. So these are the very important to create healthy environment together with legislative framework, enforcement, and the cross-monitoring evaluation for further improvement for the health outcomes and impact. And the last, but this is very important, we do population-based and also individual at high-risk approaches, including vulnerable population, especially children, through all settings, healthy setting for all settings. For example, health services, especially primary health care, the community, village, family, and the schools and the workplaces. So one of the best example, when we visited one of the healthy promoting school, it was very good, and they provide school gardening and healthy diet and nutrition, the curriculum. However, when we check the lunchbox of the children, they open, it was a rice and the instant noodle on top of it. So there is still gaps. What the children learn and be taught at the school has to be also translated into the community, especially parents. So these are the various areas UN agency work together. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. So for overall, I thank for the first round for those who are present, the panelists. Thank you, Mr. Yao, Mr. Ba, Mr. Hai, and Dr. Kanda for this variable perspective. So we have a round of applause for these panelists. So on the next round, I have to invite the next panelist to address this question. This is the question. This report is a new tool for the region. How do you plan to use this report and give findings to improve nutrition and food security status? I repeat, this report is a new tool for the region. How do you plan to use this report and keep findings to improve nutrition and food security status? So we have 3 panelists to address this. So may I invite the next panelist from the Cook Island, the Cook Island CEO of Health, Bob Williams. The floor is yours. Thank you. 5 minutes, please. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, officials. Kia ora ana tātou katoa i te popo i Talawhalawa. As presented earlier regarding the limitations with the data and including the issues of obesity and diets that affects our population. And the question is, how do I use the plan in this report, the key findings, to improve nutrition and food security in the Cook Islands? So there are 3 parts to this question, and I will address them accordingly. The data, I believe, that have been used during the presentation was from the STEP survey of 2013-2015 for the Cook Islands. We will be using this as a baseline data because the Cook Islands just completed its new STEP survey, started from July this year. And we're expecting the final report to come out next month, December coming. I think this is the first time that such a STEP survey has been undertaken in a short time frame compared to previous STEP surveys, which took about a year or 2 years for the report to be completed. And secondly, we plan to undertake the Youth NCD and Tobacco Survey for young adults or children in the month of April next year. What it means for the Cook Islands is we'll be working from the new data that has been collected from the current STEP survey and the youth survey to be undertaken in April 2023. So we will see the changes from the baseline, from the last STEP survey and the new STEP survey that has been recently completed. And secondly, how do we improve nutrition? There are a few initiatives that I would like to make mention this morning. One is to complete our nutrition dietary guideline, which we are working with WHO, and also understanding that Dr. Anna from FAO is currently in country, which she could be able to assist us in developing a food nutrition and food safety plan. Secondly, we need to establish a dietitian and nutrition unit within our health promotions unit in public health, and to recruit a dietitian and support teams who will be able to drive behavior changes to healthy diets. And also considering the use of the MyKana app. So on behalf of the Cook Islands, we would like to register our interest with the implementation and use of the MyKana app for this process. And thirdly, we need to strengthen national policies on healthy diets or meals at schools, workplaces, and for government catering function. I'm happy to report that our Minister of Health, since the last 5 years, all the government functions, it's non-alcoholic beverages at all functions, including the Ministry of Health functions. And fourth is to increase local production of root crops and vegetables that is affordable to residents. And probably for us to consider offering subsidies options to farmers to mass produce local vegetables and fruits, so it will be easily accessible and available to all our population, and most importantly to our schools. Fifth is introduce an accreditation system for food businesses or vendors selling healthy meals options, where the Ministry of Health or even jointly with the Ministry of Agriculture, we could support the promotion of these healthy these businesses selling healthy meal options at their cafeterias or at their vendors. Sixth, increase awareness on the level of NCD in country, and also plan to reverse the tide of NCD. During COVID, we appointed health and safety officers. Similarly, for this process, health and safety officers will monitor meals consumed at workplaces and at schools. How we can improve food security? We have a new public health bill going to our parliament early next year, and there is a requirement to develop a national public health plan, which we could integrate agri-healthy activities to work towards achieving Cook Islands' Healthy Islands vision by 2030, and also developing specific healthy island profiles in terms of vegetables and root crops that are grown on each island to contribute towards food security. Finally, our minister made mention yesterday of establishing a food innovation center. Therefore, the Cook Islands will be developing a national plan to implement some of these initiatives that I've mentioned. And of course, government and developing partner schemes to support local farming, including innovative farming practices to ensure food preservation and healthy value-added productions for import substitution and food security. So multi-sectoral engagement with the Ministry of Agriculture and farmers, including with the development partners for technical assistance, seedling, capital resourcing will be required to be able to deliver some of these initiatives that I've mentioned. So these are what we thought that the Cook Islands can do to address the question that has been asked of us this morning. Kia ora, kia moni.
Mr. Williams, for your wonderful views. So the next panelist, may I invite Kinai Kailo from Kiribati, the Director of Agriculture in Kiribati. Please, Mrs. Kinai Kailo, you have only 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, Joseph, for the very informative overview of the Pacific Food and Nutrition Security Report. Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Assistant Director General, Sub-Regional Representative, ladies and gentlemen. Talofa, Maori. To begin, as Kiribati's response to the question on how we plan to use the report and key findings as presented to improve nutrition and food security status in Kiribati, the very first thing on our agenda is to discuss with our national partners and development partners to see if there's a need to contextualize the tool. I'm sorry, Joseph, I don't mean to challenge this report or this tool, but I guess it is always good to see if it's relevant and contextualized to the situation. From there on, we'll be doing a lot of advocacy. It is critical to advocate the gloomy health situation of our people, because during our national dialogue for the food system that was held in July 22, where the Ministry of Health and Medical Services presented to us the same key findings in our 2018 and 2019 Social Development Indicator Survey, which Joseph again presented to us today. We found that most of our participants during that dialogue do not believe that many of our children under age 5 died before they reached their 6th birthday. The data that was presented to us was 61% mortality out of 1,000 live births. That was quite high. In this meeting, there are 3 government sector representatives from Kiribati, namely the public health sector, represented by the Director of Public Health, Ms. Erisis Mion, the fisheries sector, represented by Karbanang Tamuera, on this side of mine, and myself from Agriculture and Livestock Division, and also in my other capacity as the National Convener for the Food Security in Kiribati. And of course, our Secretary and Minister who will be backing up the work that the 3 of us will be involved in getting this gloomy situation of Kiribati much improved. We also plan to convene again the food system dialogue with the aim of getting reports from all stakeholders on the agreed solutions from our first national dialogue and to validate and improve our living national pathway developed in 2020. For this, we'll be needing resources, and we would like to advance our request to our development partners to assist us get rolling. From this second dialogue, we plan to set a target of 1% increase, better in all our programs, projects that we will be undertaking to improve food and security, food and nutrition security in our country. Recognizing the limitation of resources, we believe that this 1% is achievable. Though this number may look small, aggregating all this 1% better increase can give us a larger output. I thank you, Chair, and thank you all for your attention. Health, peace, and prosperity upon us all in our effort to fight hunger and its related problems in our Pacific region. Thank you.
Ms. Kylo, for your wonderful views. Thank you for catching up your time. You have only 1.5 minutes for it. Thank you. So the next on the list, Mr. Loti Vaisekawa from the Solomon Island is the Permanent Secretary of Health. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day. So the report has confirmed what we have all known all along. For the last 4 decades in Solomon Islands, we also knew that something is wrong in reality to what we are going through in terms of food security and nutrition. So I am really saying now that I think FAO, you can finalize the report. We do not want to make it a perfect science. The trend is clear. We need to act. We need to do something. And so from an agricultural point of view in Solomon Islands, we are taking stock of where we are now. We are reconciling the statement at the family level between food security and nutrition and farm incomes. How can we reconcile these issues? We want our people, our farmers, our rural people to possess sustainability. Sustainability must not be possessed by organizations and institutions of government. Sustainability, for it to work, has to be possessed by the very people we work and support. And so we are changing a number of key strategies in the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that our people are able to take stock of where we are, to understand what are the steps they need to take at the practical level, at the lifestyle level. For we all know together that all our people live in socio-cultural contexts. And some of the decisions and forces that allow them to continue to live this way are beyond the normal realities of a family or an individual decision and choice. And so allowing us to delve into this kind of territory, to allow our people to come up to a new capacity. And I think from yesterday in our morning devotion, the Reverend told us about a Bezalel anointing, a Bezalel spirit, a capacity, which is in our young people. If you know from all our islands and villages, our young children, regardless of what level of education they have, they know more about IT than all of us here. Yeah? And so there is an anointing for the season that our young people can take up. And so part of our strategy is to really work with our young people, our young couples, young husband and a young wife, young men and young women. How can we set them on a pathway to cause change in the medium to the longer term? For some of us, it's already too late. But for another generation, the steps are very practical, the steps are well known, we need to take some actions. And so for the Ministry of Agriculture and the agriculture sector in Solomon Islands, that is part of a big strategy to allow our young people to become agriculture implementers in their own space and time, adding value to their lives, making them practical in their own lifestyle, that the choices of what they eat are both accessible at the income level if they need to buy outside of their farm, but also accessible at their own garden level, and really make this to be what they can do, and really work with our education sector and our Ministry of Health to really analyze what we need to do and find accelerators like we learned this week. The principles of what we learned this week can be applicable to across the sector, and find accelerators that we can step up the actions necessary to cause food security and food nutrition to be a sustainable livelihood that our people can possess at their own family level. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Lochia, for your wonderful views. So the next, may I invite Dr. Salah Burkhardt, the Senior Lecturer of Nutrition and Dietetics at the University of the Sunshine Coast, to share with us the implication that this report has for the research community. So please, Dr. Salah, you have the floor.
Good morning, Honourable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by thanking FAO for the opportunity to play a part in the development of this report and the opportunity to contribute to this session. It's really wonderful to be back in beautiful Samoa. Thank you. This report provides a foundation recognising the current state of nutrition and food security, gives an indication of the gaps in knowledge, and proposes areas for donors, researchers, and policymakers to focus their work. Those of us who do collect data play an important role in generating evidence for policy and practice. Undertaking the mapping of data for this report, it has become clear that there are many gaps, but also opportunities for further data collection. However, it is also clear that we as researchers need to consider the how, what, and why of data collection more carefully. As Joseph outlined, there are major gaps which have been identified during the development of this report, and they include, amongst others, data for food systems, food environments, the cost of healthy diets, POU and FIs for some countries, actual dietary intake, and actual micronutrient status. It is clear that we require contextually relevant methods for data collection and consensus on indicators, especially from a food systems perspective. At the moment, we are limited in how we track progress and change. We need more data on actual consumption, and we need standardised methods to collect this information at an individual level. As researchers and partners, we need to ensure that we don't reinvent the wheel. We need to work collaboratively to ensure that the data we collect is meaningful. Within this report, we used large-scale national data sets. There is a growing body of peer-reviewed literature available. However, as Joseph has mentioned earlier, this varies in the methods that is used, and this limits the comparabilities and opportunities to pull data sets. Even when the same methods of data collection are used, questions are changed, limiting comparability across the region. While we recognise the need to acknowledge differences and contextualised research methods, there could be ways to address this by working together. Within the peer-reviewed literature, we often find the studies which are coming out use a very small sample size and are not generalisable to the broader group. We need mechanisms to identify and share what we are working on when we plan projects, not when we publish our findings, to better utilise resources and develop data sets that are truly representative and that add real value to our understanding of food security, nutrition, and agri-food systems. While the report highlights the many gaps in data that exist, it provides an opportunity for us to consider future data collection activities and collaboration. I would like to finish again by expressing my thanks to FAO and all of the partners who have provided assistance and input to this process. I hope that this report is a useful resource for you, your organisation and your work towards improving food systems, food security, nutrition and health in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sala, and also for wrapping up this session. And I would like to thank as well our panelists, presenters, and the meeting participants. And if it's possible, to ask an excuse for me and my secretary to proceed to the airport to catch our flight very soon, because our parliament session will be on Monday, and my president needs me as soon as possible to wrap up my question and my topics before the parliament. So God bless you all with all the remaining. Thanks you.
Good morning, Excellencies. While you're taking your break, we will sign the United Nations Cooperation Framework with the government of Niue. Most of you have signed the next 5-year cooperation framework with the United Nations. So we take the opportunity of having Honorable Crossley Tatui here with us in Samoa to conclude on this process that allows the United Nations for the 5 years to work across the Pacific in 14 countries, island countries and territories. So please join us in marking the moment, as this is indeed historic for all of us. Without a 5-year cooperation framework, the United Nations cannot engage with all of you, governments as well as civil society and the private sector across the region, to be able to pursue jointly the Sustainable Development Goals. So nothing more than that. We are just signing, and with this, as soon as all of the governments in the Pacific have signed, we can start deploying our resources, human resources, financial resources for another 5 years. Just to mention that the United Nations works in the Pacific with both UN and non-UN member states. And this is in recognition of the universality of the 2030 agenda and the importance of leaving no one behind. So that's the way we walk this commitment that we have made together. So with this, we will proceed with the signing. And thank you so much, Honorable Tatui, for agreeing to sign with us today.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so I'm just gonna hand over this to you. So the government of Niue is right here. Just going to give you a copy. So we'll sign the other one as well with kind request if possible.
Thank you.
So. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much. So I'm
Thank
just
you.
going to hand over the copy to you, Honorable Tatui. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will have a session together, so very, very soon after the break. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's exactly 10:31. So let's try to have our coffee break. And so let's try to get back here at 10:45. So let's have a 15-minute coffee break. Thank you. 15-minute coffee break. The coffee is outside. So please, 15 minutes, let's go and have our coffee break. They have the plan with no money. Yeah. Liaison officers, please bring in the ministers. Liaison officers, please bring in the ministers. We are about to start. Liaison officers, please try to usher the ministers in. Ladies and gentlemen, please come in. We are about to start. You can bring your cup of coffee in, actually. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start. Our next section is creative approaches to addressing non-communicable diseases in the Pacific. And this section will be chaired by the Honorable Minister Vine Tutai Rose Toki Brown from Cook Islands, and she's the Minister of Health, Agriculture. Madam Brown, please, you have the floor.
Kia orana, talofa lava, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will explore creative approaches to addressing non-communicable diseases in the Pacific. As you all know, NCDs have been declared as a crisis in the Pacific. For example, about half of deaths in the Pacific are linked to NCDs, and the list of the world's top 10 obese and overweight countries is saturated with Pacific countries. FAO is a major player in addressing NCDs, not from a biomedical perspective, but by, for example, promoting the production and consumption fresh, nutritious, safe, and healthy food. We build partnerships with various actors, work on policy issues, promote nutrition education, food processing, vegetable production, and so on. But this is a major agenda, so I will now invite Dr. Sarah Burgard, our Senior Lecturer, Nutrition and Dietetics, University of the Sunshine Coast, to deliver a presentation. Dr. Burgard will share with us success stories around the world over addressing NCDs. I will also like to invite the following panelists to take their seats. Nemia Bainivaru, Solomon Islands Ministry of Health and Human Services. Russell Tamata, Vanuatu, Director General of Health. Please come forward and take your seats. Dr. Burgard. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Good morning again, Honourable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'd also like to thank again FAO for the opportunity to be involved in this session, and it has been quite a challenging session to bring together success stories because there are a lot of these from around the world, but in the small time that I have today, I'm hoping that I can give you a snapshot of some of the things that are happening. So I have been tasked with sharing creative ways to address NCDs. As it is quite a broad topic, I have focused on sharing examples that have a nutrition component to them, based on my expertise and, I guess, bias of understanding. Nutrition is obviously an important factor in the development of NCDs, but while I will show you these 4 examples today, I did want to just make sure that I have recognised that there are many, many other approaches as well. Today, I plan to highlight 4 examples that you can see here up on the screen. The first example is policy and how this is used to support healthier diets. Recent examples of food labelling policy that I have chosen to focus on come from Brazil and Chile. So while many of us are likely familiar with health claims, such as low in fat or low in salt that we might see on the products in our local stores, Brazil has recently introduced front-of-pack labelling that must indicate if a food is high in added sugar, added salt, or sodium. Meanwhile, in Chile, recent changes to food regulation policy have also restricted the marketing of unhealthy foods to children. This has already shown considerable impact. One study found that the purchasing behaviours of foods that are high in sugars, high in saturated fat, high in salt, or high or in calories changed. For example, there was a reduction in the purchase volume of high-end beverages of 22.8 millilitres per capita per day or 23.7% in this population. The second example I would like to focus on, moving through these quite quickly, is using media for nutrition education. Nutrition education is important to support food literacy, and food literacy being the knowledge, the skills and the behaviours that supports one to plan, manage, select, prepare and eat food for themselves and their households and communities. Traditional and social media can be useful tools for nutrition education and improving food literacy. Apps and games can be engaging methods of nutrition education. Web-based platforms also offer unique and creative nutrition education opportunities. Some of the examples that I have shown here on the screen include the TED-ED website, kickingkitchen.tv from the US, and Phenomenon from Australia. You can also see the Little Food Festival here as well, another Australian example. Of course, social media is incredibly popular, not just with youth, but also with adults. And this can be used alone or with other forms of nutrition education. TV and radio can also be used, with one such local example being the Pacific Island Food Revolution. Example 3, to provide some context for our discussions, is around food in schools. School feeding or school food programs provide a creative approach to not just improve nutrition, but also to boosting education and learning, providing social protection and safety nets, and supporting local economies and agriculture. Nutrition education is often incorporated into these programs through the use of school gardens and kitchens, and these programs are done globally throughout the world. This nutrition education does not need to be limited to children. There are programs that also provide nutrition education for the broader community, that is, the teachers, the parents, and those who are linked to the school, ultimately enhancing health. And example 4 is the use of technology to improve access to food and reduced waste. Increased access to healthy foods plays an important role in food security, good nutrition, and health, and of course NCDs. One such example that I have chosen to focus on briefly is that of Food Flash from Canada. Food Flash is an app that connects consumers with foods that would normally be thrown out by food retailers. So these are foods which are fast approaching their best before date or use by date. Consumers are able to purchase the food at a discounted rate. So far, Food Flash reports that over 40 million pounds of food has been diverted from landfill, and Canadians have saved more than $110 million on purchasing food from the use of this one app. So while there are creative ways and examples of looking at how we address NCDs from a nutrition perspective, as I mentioned, there are many, many more that you can find. Not all of these activities I have outlined are likely to be directly transferable to other contexts, such as the Pacific and SIDS, but there are opportunities to adapt some of these. I was not able to attend yesterday's session, but I understand that Pacific examples of some of these activities have already been shared. And lastly, the final point that I would like to make on this is that these creative solutions have all been developed from multi-sectorial collaboration, underscoring our need to work together across sectors and across the food system to address NCDs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Burgard, for that comprehensive presentation. Now I would like to invite our first panelist, Nemia Painivaru from Solomon Islands, to give your view on the presentation before us. And the question is, do you think that any of the success stories would work in your countries? If so, which one and why? If none of them is applicable to your country, please explain why. Please, may I remind our panelists to maintain the 5 minutes or less. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Chair, Honorable Ministers of the Pacific, Excellencies, FAO Assistant Director General, Senior UN Partner Organization representatives, ladies and gentlemen, Talafalava and good fala morning loifala. Thank you for giving the opportunity for us in the Solomons to share our views on in terms of the 4 success stories that has been shown globally. And also thank you very much, Dr. Sarah, for providing the outline of those success stories. For the first one, noting that in terms of it is relating to policies and then highlighting the need for regulation, the Solomons, particularly the Ministry of Health, looks that it can be done in terms of setting the policy environment to actually create such regulation to actually enact it. I think the other thing that has to be also focused on as well is in terms of the engagement of the other stakeholders that will be involved in the implementation of such a regulation. For example, apart from the Ministry of Health in having the Act, the amendments in the Act itself, such as our Pure Food Act, there has to be other engagement of our customs, commerce and industries, and also our private sector and business sector as well in terms of the importation of food and also having the food labeling that actually meet the specifications for minimizing or on the advertising to children. I think the other component that I would like to also highlight as well is in terms of apart from the food labeling as well, is in terms of a communication plan attached with such an enactment of a regulation or a policy. This is in reference to communicating and raising awareness to parents themselves in terms of how they identify the food labels. And I think it would be important so that the food labels that are used are actually eye-catching and also easier to read as well, because I see the point that we are, for us in health, in terms of the nutrition aspect and advertising, we are actually competing against companies that also produce such goods. So we also have to make such labels clear and concise and so forth. Also, with regards to the regulation part is in terms of having it embedded into our codex system within our acts within health. So for the first one, yes, I think it is something that can be done and also explored in the Solomons. With regards to nutrition education using media, within the Ministry of Health, we have the National Health Promotion Division, which uses strategic health communication modalities in terms of the development of communication materials and IC materials that is targeted towards the targeted populations that we want to have an impact in terms of behavior change. So this can be used. I think the other point raised there is in terms of the different type of platforms. Now looking into social media and online platforms. And I think that would be something that for us in the Solomons would have to explore. This is noting in the instance that 79% of our population is rural-based. So hence using smartphones would be something that we would have to look into what would be the type of materials that we will use. Apart from that is in terms of the consistency of and the development of the materials that we use for other platforms as well. We use a similar sort of material for social media. It should also be used in terms of television, radio, and also print media as well. So I think that is something that we can, in the Solomons, can focus on. With regards to example 3, food in schools, currently the Ministry of Health has a program called the Soup Garden, which is trying to focus on schools in developing small-scale garden foods as well. So I totally agree with that success story, and noting that it is focused on our children. I think such initiatives must work, and hence the need for us in the Solomons would be in terms of developing easy-to-use guidelines, not only for us in health, but also whom that will be implementing these programs in schools. For example, we have early childhood education centers, is something that we have to focus on, and also primary school, secondary school, looking in terms of the type of schools, whether it's urban-based, peri-urban, and also rural-based. And then looking as well in terms of whether they're boarding schools and non-boarding schools. This raises in terms of how do we create the food environment, or the food systems environment for schools. That means in building capacity of food managers in some of the schools that provide food for students, such as boarding schools. And I think the one component for this is in terms of the recognition of other sectors and ministries that actually take part in terms of food in schools. For example, the Ministry of Education and the education authorities that have authority in terms of implementing those activities. The Ministry of Agriculture as well plays a very big part in terms of the capacity building and training, and actually looking at where farmers and actually fishing ventures can actually, at the local level or community level, support those schools in terms of coming up with packages for schools from primary, secondary, and also boarding as well. But not forgetting as well having food packages for tertiary institutions such as rural training centers and also universities. The last one, I would say, I think it raises probably more opportunities for how that would happen in terms of using an app. As I mentioned, connectivity would be an issue. It mainly connectivity using smartphones and so forth is mainly based in urban centers. However, with plans within the communication sector, we hope that we can roll out 3G and 4G networks and enhance, giving the opportunity for other people in the population to actually have the ability to use apps for their use. I think with these few comments, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Nehemiah. Now we move on to Russell Tamata from Vanuatu, Director General of Health. But please, may I also invite Siale Akawolo, our Tonga CEO for Ministry of Health, to take the floor, please. Over to you, Russell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. His Excellencies, colleagues, thank you again for the presentation. With regards to the questions asked, first of all, with the policy of food labeling, we have a new corporate plan for 2023-2025, and it is one of the key government policy to establish our first food lab. And I think this is something that we will take, and we are working on it. As you know, we have our NCD prevalence in Vanuatu is also quite high, and we acknowledge the fact that we are importing a lot of foods overseas, and it contributes a lot. And I think during the field visit, we have acknowledged what Samoa has done, and I think Vanuatu, with the plan, with what is been presented, I think we are supporting this as we are already working to establishing our first food laboratory. With regards to nutrition education, like Solomon's, we have an established health promotion unit where they are looking into producing pamphlets and other IC materials on how we can keep up our NCDs back home. They're actually using a lot of platforms. We're using also our two digital and for the phone as well to send messages on how to prevent, how to cook food and all this. This is supported. I think during the COVID, this unit, the risk communication unit, has been heavily supported by UNICEF and WHO. And so this, yeah, we recommend this as well. With regard to food, school food programs, in Vanuatu we have what we call the healthy school policy. This is an existing policy. We are currently implementing it, mostly in the urban settings, and we support this initiative as well. In our settings, we are planning to expand this to the provincial land input. We are planning by 2030, we will be able to cover the whole country with this new healthy school policy. With regard to the new technologies as we see, I think I have registered our interest for the Watakana as this would be our first learning process of how we can use this with and how to control help and assist individuals on how to cook their food and know their PMIs. We haven't actually studied this, but we welcome this new innovation, and I think this is something that we will be working with, and we hopefully that this will help us, because as you know, 70% of our population is out there in the remote. But the cool thing is that with the two providers, Vodafone and Digicel, our coverage is up to almost 95%. So this is one thing that we can use to ensure that the messages we have to continue to reduce the NCD prevalence in our country, they will be able to assist us with. So I think with the technologies, we look forward to have this first experience with the Maikana, and then we can look at the other platforms. I wish to say that we have other platforms that we use during the COVID, but actually they are not tailored for NCD purposes. So we might be looking into this as well, but I think it is a good intention that we should start using technologies in our programs. We also have other programs which we can use technology with, like our NCD STEP survey. We are going to conduct this next year, and I think we will be working with the statistics unit, and we will be using some of these technologies, which we will be able to update our prevalence of NCD in Vanuatu. The latest, the previous one we had was in 2012. So I think there is a need to do this, and we are planning to use some of these technologies in trying to help us with that. Madam Chair, I think, yeah, we have a lot with our new corporate plan. We do have a lot of strategies that we want to start using, we'll be implementing in order to control NCD in Vanuatu. But I think with regard to the 4 questions asked, I think this is our response to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Russell. Now we move on to Siale from Tonga.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I'd like to thank the presenter, Dr. Sarah Peckard, for the excellent presentation. And what I'm going to say is in addition to what my colleagues from Vanuatu and Solomon had covered. For us in Tonga, the first 2 initiatives, policy on food labeling and the restriction of unhealthy food to children, I'm sure this is not new to a lot of you in the health sector in the Pacific. These two policy directions are actually already within what they call the Pacific Monitoring Alliance for NCD Action, or the MANA Action Framework, which is a kind of accountability monitoring framework that has about 31 indicators at the policy and legislation level, ensuring that we provide healthy policies and legislations for the people of the Pacific. And these two, we are already implementing it in Tonga, and I'm sure a lot of Pacific Islands are also following it up to ensure that your countries have policy against for food labeling and restriction of unhealthy food to children, including advertisement. I think that's a challenge we are working on. Number three, the nutrition education using social media and games. Using social media, definitely it's a great platform to use, but using games, I think for us we need more evidence on its impact, positive impact, because a lot of these games we feel are conducive to develop for kids developing behaviors that may lead to NCD. So that's something we need to get some more evidence that it actually works. And I think if you notice that the WHO is also concerned that there are evidence of what they call addiction to your mobile phone. So that's something to be concerned about. Food in school health promotion, definitely. Of course, there is already a WHO supported program for healthy school setting, where it does not focus on food only, but including activity, physical activity, environment, and of course, healthy knowledge for teachers, students, and parents within the community. So it's a collaboration between everybody, including growing vegetables and the like. And lastly, of course, I totally agree with what Dr. Sarah was talking about, the need for strong multi-sector collaboration. And in schools, we're also exploring using early childhood education, not just primary and secondary schools. The earlier, the better, because we all know that changes in attitude, behavior, and practice, they last longer if you do it early. If you introduce it to people who are in this room, it will be very difficult to change your behaviors. So thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Siale. Now, may I invite Ti'i Simeon Kiribati, Director of Health, and also Bob Williams, Cook Islands CEO of Health. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll stand from here if it's okay. I'll just provide a different, so that you can look at the screen instead of myself. Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegations, developmental partners, ladies and gentlemen, Kanna Maura from Kiribati. In line with the presentation that Dr. Sarah Packard presented, in line with our interventions or priorities for NCDs, I'll just take you through to the landscape or the overview of what is our NCDs interventions and plans or coordination sort of infrastructure in place. We do have, in country, we have one NCD office, which is based in the main island, and this is coordinating or assisting in the planning and coordination of NCD interventions in Kiribati, and linking with the hospitals as well as clinics in the outer islands. When I talk about the outer islands, these are the outside the main island where we have medical assistants. The main of the bulk of the interventions, they are coordinating with the community there. We have the NCD Multi-Sectoral Committee, which includes other governments, not only Ministry of Health, sort of a multi-sector, and we work closely as well with our NGOs, FBOs. We do have a 4-year NCD strategic plan in place, which drives our priorities and interventions in the country. What works and what does not? In line with the presentations, policy for number one, in terms of policy, I put there, we do have what we call Food Safety Act. We also have a Tobacco Control Act, which also drives or directs us to what directions we should be implementing in line with these focus. And these are, we work closely with our multi-sector stakeholders. And these also led by not Ministry of Health, but the Attorney General. At times, this office is very busy. It has many other tasks looking after the country as a whole. So issues that we encounter, we do not have dedicated department or unit within the Ministry of Health with a policy, our legal advisor to assist us on the spot if there's a need to review or to work on these regulations in place or policies. The restriction of marketing of unhealthy foods in linking with the focus on schools. We do have what we call the school food policy. This is coordinated under the Ministry of Education with our Assistant Ministry of Health. And this policy is in place where it prohibits or limits the selling of unhealthy food within the school compounds only. So outside the school compounds, that is what the other, the children can buy whatever whatever is available there. Issues that we encounter is to strengthen the compliance and enforcement of these policies in place. The lack of commitment of the school itself with parents and teachers, us parents and teachers, looking after the school as well. And leaving the monitoring and supervision in the hands of the Ministry of Health, it's ourselves only. So it's a sort of a matter of partnership and collaboration to strengthen further. With nutrition education using media, I think we are all the same with the other countries. For us, Kiribati, we're sort of far behind in terms of technology. So currently we are using the old ways of delivering our information in terms of using roadshow outreach, community outreach, doing the roadshows and miking as well to deliver the information to the community, and also involving or motivating the community to participate. We do use radio. We do have one radio which covers the whole nation, just one radio station, and we utilize it as to send all these messages through radio spots or jingles or radio programs. The limitation is that we only have one TV station, which is very, sort of at this point of time, it is expensive for the users. So it's only one that we currently have. And also the limitation of the capacity to use advanced technology, like the presentation from My Ghana or the other advanced technology that can be used. What we need, in terms of what we need, we do need to strengthen our current priorities, involving and motivate the community the traditional way in terms of utilizing that channel. Strengthen integration, because what we found is when we integrate not only NCDs but other reproductive, maternal, child and adolescent health programs, integrating our programs, we sort of find it more helpful in terms of planning, coordinating and implementing, and most of all maximizing the limited resources we have. Also strengthen partnership and collaboration with our national stakeholders and developmental partners. And of course, be innovative, utilizing the new technology, probably contextualizing it to our current status and using it as a way forward to inform our decision makers. Acknowledging our partners, and I thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Ireti. Now we move on to Mr. Bob Williams from the Cook Islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A very good morning to all of us again. Thank you, Dr. Sarah Beckhardt, for your presentation. But just before I address the points that you raised, just a brief summary in terms of our mortality rate in the Cook Islands and our targets by 2030. Our national target is to reduce the mortality rate to 10% by 2030. Currently, our mortality rate is at 10.5%. Out of that, 75% relates to NCD and 25% relates to premature deaths. Of the 75% that relates to NCD, the majority relates to cardiovascular disease, followed by complications of diabetes and hypertension. So going to address the points discussed by Dr. Sarah, I mentioned earlier in session 8 that we have a new public health bill going to Parliament by early next year, which will empower us to develop regulations to address health-related issues impacting and affecting our population to address NCDs. So food labeling, regulation and restricting marketing healthy food and beverage to children, regulation can be developed once the act is enacted by Parliament by early next year. So we can quickly address this requirement by 2023. And the third point in terms of communication, we use multiple platforms, Facebook pages, website, TV, and we do weekly radio programs on health-related matters in the Cook Islands. We also have a program now with WHO on communication for health to take place from February next year, 2023. So we're working with WHO in terms of enhancing our communication developments of effective, healthy communications to our people in the Cook Islands. And talking about school feeding programs, to be honest, I was really impressed with the 3 countries of Nauru, Palau, and Timor-Leste, with the programs they had, and of course being funded by the national government. It will be interesting to learn from these countries of the experiences, in particular learning in terms of the sustainability of that program. Because myself, including, it's a multi-agency approach. We've been discussing healthy school meals as of last year. Involved in this discussion is myself as Secretary for Health, the Secretary for Agriculture, Secretary for Education, and the Secretary for Internal Affairs, and the Secretary for Corrective Services. Now, we've been looking at sustainable options, how we can supply healthy vegetables and crops to our school to ensure they can maintain healthy meals for our students at schools. There is a program already underway between the Ministry of Agriculture, Education, and also a non-government organization with regards to gardening programs with all the schools on the main island, and also being now extended to the schools in the outer islands. So it's been running for just over 2 years, I would say, at this moment. But we looked at this, having the school to plant and provide the meals for the students, to me, will be unsustainable. And also we looked at parents to supply crops and meals for their children. Understanding the situation in the Cook Islands, there are people from the outer islands that comes to the main island who doesn't have residents of their own on the main island. So they renting homes on the main island. So they really wouldn't have the land to farm crops for themselves. Again, we looked at this, to us it's unsustainable. And we looked at farmers, where the farmers can also contribute towards the schools to provide healthy meals for students. This is still an option that we're still exploring, if it's going to be the more feasible way for us to run the program. Now we also looked at the corrective services. We have prisoners who stays in prison for a number of years, which can provide the labor to grow vegetables. And we can use the 80-20% rule, meaning 80% of the harvest can go towards this program, and 20% of the harvest can remain with the prisoners. Either they sell it to generate extra income, or they can be part of their daily meals while serving their time in prison. So this is still under discussions, and we're hoping that we will be able to conclude and make a decision how we can make this as a sustainable program, healthy meals in our schools. They do have policies, healthy meal policies in the schools, but to me, because it's not monitored, someone mentioned earlier this morning, where students will still come with other meals that are easy to buy to take to school. I also mentioned about appointing health and safety officers, which will include schools, to ensure when it comes to a day for healthy meals, they monitor the meals that the students will come to school. We also looked at creating business opportunities to provide the meals, the healthy meals for schools. This is also a matter that we're still discussing. Some other creative approaches that we think could also assist our increasing rate of NCD. I mentioned about the nutrition initiatives and food security initiatives during Session 8. And also, the other thing that we looked at is increasing taxes on tobacco, alcohol, and SSPs next year, 2023. SSP, we're thinking to increase by 5%, and likewise to alcohol. For tobacco, we're thinking of increasing it by another 30%. This is to encourage our people to buy, to consider healthy meal options, and also to reduce smoking and alcohol drinking in our population. I guess my time is up, but there are other initiatives that we are also planning to address the increasing rate of NCDs in the Cook Islands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. And now our last panelist, Elinta Linda Shutaro, RMI Director of Environmental Health. Thank you. We are doing really well with time, so we'll have a special number after this presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Yauke and Talo Palapa, Honorable Ministers of the Pacific Island, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I will just do a brief explanation or the answers to the questions because we have a very limited time here, but as you have seen the presentation earlier by Joseph on the Pacific overview of the situation of nutrition and food security, and RMI is among the countries in the Pacific that have the highest, or probably the highest on malnutrition due to very low consumption of healthy diets, especially high consumption of high SSP, and contributing links to the challenges and impact of the 5 Fs. So the degradation of natural resources, food and nutrition that are associated with non-communicable diseases is very high, such as diabetes, malnutrition, obesity, and among others. So the resulting impacts are negative for the health system, families, and nation's economy. So this gives us an indication that the agriculture sector in the RMI must address long-term food and nutrition security while integrating traditional agriculture practices into modern science. So just to answer the questions by the chair on the success stories that were being presented, example 1 and 2, and all of these would be very similar to what we've been doing in the RMI. And in terms of policies on nutrition and food safety. So why would we choose this? And it's because they're very relevant to what we've been working on the food in school programs and creating nutrition curriculum in the education system. And also, we are currently working on developing and amending our food safety and nutrition policies and legislation. And we've been working on this project recently with the support of FAO and other partners. So with that short brief, I would like to acknowledge FAO for the support that they have been providing in the RMI for the work of our addressing NCDs and food safety and national healthy dietary guideline by developing and strengthening our policies. And I would really love to tell you all about all the interventions that we've been doing similarly to those examples. But if FAO can take the next SIDS solution forum in RMI, then I'll be able to tell you all of that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists, and I also thank again the presenter for the success stories. And I think you will all agree with me, our presenters, our panelists did really well in this session, and they have surely answered the question proposed to them, sharing their countries' stories, what they have done, what is working, what is not working, and what needs to be improved going forward. So because we are talking about NCD, exercising is one very important part of reducing NCD. So with your indulgence, ADG and our Minister for Agriculture of Samoa and all excellencies, please may I invite all of us to stand up and showcase the dance move that the Minister showed us last night. Only for 1 second, 1 minute, or please, IT, play our music. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. We should have done that since the beginning of this forum. Thank you. I would now welcome Dr. Simona Marinescu, the United Nations Resident Coordinator for Samoa, Cook Islands, Niue, and Tuvalu, to chair our next section. Dr. Simona, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Joseph. Excellencies, it is with great pleasure that I invite you to a session that looks into one of the biggest elephants in all of the rooms in which we talk about reforms, long-term commitments, which is financing and access to financing. So this session will present a series of updates from the global stage on access to financing for small island developing states. And I'm joined for this session by distinguished panelists that I would like to invite to take their seats here. I will move at the other microphone. So first of all, Honorable Crossley Tatui, Minister of Finance of Niue, distinguished member of the Parliament. So Minister, kindly join me here. Pastamis Nomea Simi, Chief Executive Officer, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and our main counterpart in Samoa and for the 4 countries we cover from Samoa, so Pasta, kindly join us. And my distinguished colleague who joined us from New York, from the United Nations Department for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Sainavoti, leading the SIDS unit globally. So I'll move to the other microphone. The session is titled the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index. This is an important development at this point in time that has started in 2020 and hopefully will reach a happy end in 2023, which is meant to enable countries to have access to financing regardless of the level of income per capita and beyond graduation. So this is extremely important for all of us to acknowledge. So I'll go through the main slide. Just very briefly, SIDS have introduced themselves to the world, from the Barbados Program of Action to the Mauritius Strategy and to the Samoa Pathway, as a special case for development, without a clear definition as to what that means. We all know that there are distinct features that small island developing states have, but an actual definition and a modality to measure to what extent that has an impact on your capacity to develop, on your capacity to provide services to your people, and the capacity to advance the SDGs has never been in place. So with the support of colleagues in New York and at the request of member states, we received a mandate through a General Assembly resolution, Resolution 75/215, to produce a multidimensional vulnerability index that will be added to the GNI per capita to allow you to access resources based on your needs. And further on, after the first round of analytical products on the MVI, on this index, we received the second resolution of the General Assembly universalizing the index, so not for SIDS alone, and also clarifying some of its features. Since this process is long underway and it has reached the level of certain decisions globally, I will go into just the description of the index at the beginning, and then I'll pass on the floor to my colleague from New York to provide an update. So the resolution, the latest resolution, requested the index to be finalized in 2022. There are a series of delays that may take us to 2023, but there will be an index for sure that again will complement the GNI per capita for access to financing for small island developing states and for vulnerable countries in general. So what happened once we received the first resolution, we, from the Pacific, we started the work of producing an index, and I need you to know that the preliminary work on the MVI has started in the Pacific and has started from Samoa as the custodian of the third 10-year agenda of island states, which is the Samoa Pathway. We are still in the Samoa Pathway framework that will end at the end of 2023. So we put together our thoughts to identify the special case of SIDS, looking into features that SIDS have that cannot be addressed with policy, law, and budget, that are outside of your capacity to fix. So please focus on this. Is the thread throughout the presentation. We talk about inherent structural issues that SIDS have that will never be resolved with your means. So you will always be remote, you will always be small, you will always have island features. So we know that by you being small, you have lower long-term development potentials, and by you being islands, you will always have large interannual shocks that come with massive losses. So what we did, we put together 3 pillars: economic vulnerabilities, environmental vulnerabilities, and developmental issues. We did not call any of the pillars social because we know that all of them have an impact on the people on the islands, and we did not want in any ways to imply that the index is going to measure the quality of your policy, the quality of governance. That's not the aim of the index. The index needs to be exogenous and needs to look into, again, features that you have that you would not be able to address. And we wanted to demonstrate how the index is actually impacting your progress to the SDGs and your progress to resilience, a topic that Sai will speak about. So we moved forward, and of course, we had to mention why this is so critical. There was a report that was released earlier this year by OHR-LLS, the Office of the High Representative on SIDS and Landlocked and LDCs, that mentioned that SIDS continue to remain highly reliant on ODA, on development cooperation. There is no way that this is going to go away. And in the Pacific, the reliance is almost close to 15% of the income per capita that has an origin in development cooperation. We also know that the cost of disbursement of ODA in the SIDS is 4.7 times more expensive than in other parts of the world. So this is an OECD analysis that shows that every dollar that we spend will come with an additional cost because of remote, the smallness of governments, high costs of procurement, and all those things. And very importantly, you have high indebtedness, much higher than a few years back, so you're at 75%. And the reason for which you're at 75% only of your GDP is because many of you get direct budget support from the partners, which is so important. Otherwise, the indebtedness would be much higher. And then the concessional flows you have access to are quite limited, only 5.7 billion across the SIDS in 2019, and this is because most of you are mid-income countries, so you no longer qualify for concessional financing, and also very limited state contingent debt instruments. We haven't done debt swaps in the Pacific. We do in the Caribbean, but not in the Pacific, and a series of other debt instruments that are not necessarily actively used here. So I'll go very quickly. Again, we produced an index looking into those three pillars. The index includes 18 indicators. Some of them are in the final version that Sai will speak about. Some of them were dropped on the way. But the intention was to produce an index that is very simple, that we can have data behind, that we can produce constant updates, and then we can use to also track how these vulnerabilities are continuing to impact your development trajectory and your access to resources. So you can see, just to name a few, so in the economic vulnerability, we looked at reliance on remittances, trade openness, food imports, fuel imports, export concentration, tourism receipts, and reliance on ODA as mentioned. And then on the development side, ship connectivity, water per capita, arable land per capita, and population. And the environmental, of course, looks into all the losses, the incidence of issues. So as mentioned, all of the indicators have a focus on people, so the variables behind measure how these vulnerabilities affect the people. If they don't affect the people, why would we care at all? And what we found out with the index is that SIDS in the three categories come within the most vulnerable 30 countries for each of those pillars: economic, environmental, and structural. And here is the situation. I'm just going to close very quickly. The Pacific is the highest in the economic dimension, as they compare with the Atlantic, Indian Ocean, and Caribbean, and the rest of the world. It's also very high in the structural developmental issues that I mentioned, and the highest in environmental vulnerability. So we do have now ways to demonstrate that your inherent features are actually generating vulnerabilities and the cost. We also demonstrated that the higher the vulnerabilities, the lower your SDG progress, using the SDG index that we process in the UN, and the higher the vulnerability, the lower progress on reducing poverty, and then, of course, on health issues. So everywhere we show this immediate statistical correlation between vulnerability and your progress towards the SDGs, the hunger and all those aspects. A few more points and I'll be done. So we mentioned that it was important to show that your vulnerabilities have a cost. You're not going to get rid of them, they are structural, but you need to get better into managing them. So we have to show that while the GNI per capita shows your progress, the GNI per capita does not measure your needs. So your needs need to be measured through an additional index that complements the GNI per capita to show what the sources of your losses, economic and environmental and social, are. So we put together an analysis that shows that the highest the public spending per capita, again, I'm referring to the public outlays, the better your trajectory towards the SDGs, your SDG progress looks like. So you need, while of course all financing streams matter, the public spending is extremely important, that you're able to continue to spend per capita. Here is where the world stands. So to make significant progress, you need to be at a minimum of $18,000 per capita per year. And SIDS are at 5,000 per capita. That's where you are in public spending. And then if we take out Singapore and Bahrain, who are also counted as SIDS, your spending per capita is much lower. The Pacific is somewhere close to 2,400 per capita. To be able to advance the SDGs, you have an additional in average, so all these are averages, of 7.8% of GDP spending every year compared to the other needs. And let me just show one more slide that says that additional expenditure that is required stands at 18.2% of your GDP to be able to reach an SDG score that would allow you to meet the goals by 2030. I'll just say one more thing that I think is extremely important. So we will have a measurement of vulnerability. However, the measurement of vulnerability will, again, show that you have additional needs. International financial institutions are concerned that your needs will be there forever, so you need additional financing in perpetuity. So what the same Samoa pathway requests is that some resilience profiles are being defined per SIDS, so that we measure the gap between vulnerability and resilience and finance towards building that level of resilience. Sai is going to speak about that. So this is a requirement now, as the index is being finalized, to have a clear methodology as to how to use it, to have country-specific vulnerability resilience profiles that are extremely important, and to link the MVI to the loss and damage. And this is the last thing that I'm going to mention. We have a resolution on loss and damage that requests by the next COP to have funding arrangements in place that look into additional financing as well as using some of the financing that is available. A loss and damage is a failure of both mitigation and adaptation. And in your case, it's not your fault. So most of the harm incurred is generated by the bigger polluters of this world. So we have put together an analysis that is now being considered for these funding arrangements. You have the PowerPoint with all the information, so if you need more of that, we just have the cost of the adaptation needs that you have moving forward are very, very high. As you can see, we talk about hundreds of billions by 2030 and continuing to net zero. And you lose an average of 2.1% every year of your GDP through disasters alone. We haven't factored in the COVID and other crises that have hit the small island states. So out of all the regions, the Asia-Pacific region has the highest disaster-linked refugees, not labor mobility, apologies, human mobility, people on the move because of climate-related disasters. So you can see the highest numbers on the screen. These are the proposals that we consider into the loss and damage. And again, you can see in pink what we look into versus in blue what is here. We are strong proponents of a carbon tax to be introduced. That's the only way to ensure that carbon is going down. And hopefully that will happen in the next year. That's the resolution that I put on the screen, and let me just stop here. This is my last slide. I used the picture of Tonga as the highest magnitude disaster that we've had. All of the instruments, the loss and damage, the SDG stimulus of the United Nations, the IMF instruments, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, as well as the food shock window, speak about vulnerable countries to have access first. So this is why we need to be able to measure the vulnerability so that we quantify and you have your argument to access financing. Thank you very much indeed. I'll pass it on to Sai for an update on the process, and thank you. Sai, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Simona. Ladies and gentlemen, honestly, to keep justice to the 5 questions and be able to provide a better response can take up to 1 hour. We don't afford the time at this point in time. But allow me to say, while MVI can be considered a useful tool as an innovative solutions to SIDS development challenges, I believe there should be flexibility to suit distinct country situations. Let's take an example. We learned about innovation. It says it is the way to make sound changes, adding value or value-added ideas to achieve sustainable outputs of organizations, businesses, to improve government performances. However, a key factor of innovation is leadership, political leadership. Why? Because politicians, they make laws, policies, they make decisions, rules for the country to follow. Whether it's for the private sector, civil society, communities, for MVI to function, we should ask the question, how best do we synergize MVI with these national frameworks? It's also important that government officials are apolitical, effective, efficient, and professional to promote and support the MVI tool. So basically, at the end of the day, working together is the key to success, and sharing success stories, as the Honorable Laudi emphasizes in the course of our forum, making the MVI tool simple and simpler for everyone to understand. Thank you.
Sure, Honorable Tatui. Indeed, that puts a series of questions on the table for Sai's complement to my presentation. You're absolutely correct. There are issues that the MVI will not be able to resolve. No financing is able to actually cover all the needs of a country that does not make its own good decisions. We know that. So it's a matter of governance, a matter of leadership. We just need to recognize that countries are different, and very importantly, in the same income category, countries are different. Not all mid-income countries have the same needs. Not all least developed countries have the same needs. So just being labeled by the GNI per capita does not do justice to the needs that countries have. But your points are absolutely valid, so thank you so much. I'll ask Sai to go through an update from New York on the MVI, and we'll continue with Pastano Measimi and possibly some questions. Sai, over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Resident Coordinator. Honorable Ministers, Honorable Minister, the Chief Executive Officer of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Samoa, fellow panelists, Distinguished colleagues, it is indeed a pleasure for me to be making this presentation this morning. I am currently the secretariat of this work with my colleagues from the Office of the High Representatives of least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states in New York. And some of the information that I might be tempted to release are not supposed to be released, and if I'll try my utmost to speak slowly, just to ensure that I do not speak ahead of myself. Although I must say that the purpose of my presentation will be just to give an update to this forum on the processes, including the structure components, highlighting how this MVI we are trying to construct differs from other multi-dimensional vulnerability index that have been experimented upon by organizations and other institutions in trying to come up with an MVI for small island developing states. So with that, the resident coordinator has painted a broad picture of the history and the development of these efforts by the small island developing states. I emphasize this because the call to formulate an MVI has been the call for small island developing states since 1996. In fact, it was reflected earlier than that in the Agenda 21 item, where the member states of the United Nations called for a vulnerability index for coastal areas and islands. So from there, let me just then say that the focus of this presentation will just be basically on those three topics that I reflect on the screen. The work of the high-level panel that is currently being taking place right now as I speak, the interim report of that panel, which was published in July this year, and then the way forward and what is expected from them going on from this year onward. So with that, Simona did in fact refer to the work of the high-level panel, but just for our information today, I would like to just list there on the screen the distinguished high-level members who have been appointed by the President of the General Assembly to undertake this important work. Their selection and their nomination was done by their countries, and their identification and appointment was based on the representation between developed and developing countries, geographical distribution amongst the 5 United Nations geographical regions, a balance between gender, and also the expertise of the individual themselves. I'm really honored and proud to say that in this, we have a Pacific Islander, the current permanent representative of Samoa to the United Nations, His Excellency Ambassador Luteru, and he is, in my view, a very active member contributing to this important work. There are 2 other small island developing states citizens in this list from Singapore, Ms. Ten, and of course you have the former ambassador of Cape Verde to the United Nations, Ambassador Rocha. The panel is being co-chaired by a small island developing states and a development partner. For the small island developing states, we have the Honorable Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, who is also the current chair of the Alliance of Small Island States. And of course, from the partners, we have Ms. Erna Solberg, the former Prime Minister of Norway. Let me just remind the forum of the mandate that was bestowed on this panel by the General Assembly. Only 2. One was to, by December this year, to make recommendation to the General Assembly of a clear and coherent MVI with validated key components and subcomponents. And the second undertaking was for them to recommend a possible MVI governance arrangement. Now, Simona, the resident coordinator, has informed you of the principles that is guiding the work of this high-level panel. I want to just explain a little further on this because the formulation of this principle and the recommendations for them to be the guiding principle by the United Nations Secretary General was formulated through the consultations that was undertaken when the Secretary General was tasked to see and to recommend to member states whether this work can actually go forward. Multidimensionality is the first that you see there on the screen. Now, vulnerabilities, there are countries who are vulnerable perhaps economically, some are vulnerable socially, others are vulnerable maybe environmentally. So the Secretary General decided that for consideration, the work on this MVI should consider the three sustainable development pillars: environment, economic, and social. Universality. Now, this was one of the most contentious principles because for 40 years, the small island developing states have been saying that this multidimensional vulnerability index is theirs, is for them, is to assist them access concessional financing. Now, in his assessment, the Secretary General of the United Nations deemed it, based on the history of how this MVI was developed. In the 1990s, small island developing state did an exercise just like what we are doing currently. But the problem was, when they came up with a set of indicators, indices, to be the foundation of that multidimensional vulnerability, when it was presented to the intergovernmental discussion under the ECOSOC, the Economic and Social Council, member states didn't want it for SIDS alone. And therefore, that very index was used to be the index that determines the graduation for least developed countries. And it's still currently being used, some version of it as we speak. So the Secretary General was of the view that in order for this MVI to gain support of all the member states, it has to be universal and not only a small island developing state leaning kind of an exercise. And then you have exogeneity, which was elaborated by the resident coordinator, meaning only those factors, vulnerability, that are not affected by human or human policies. Things that are, for want of a better word, natural, occurring. So that is what it means, the principle of exogeneity. For availability, this is referred to the data. The problem of data was identified back in the 90s, it still exists today. And I think I will elaborate on this as we go further on. Readability means simplicity. We see the GDP per capita as an income assessment. It's very simple. It just measures the goods and services that are coming in and out of the country. So the Secretary General said that for you to complement the GDP, you need to have something very simple, easily be understood by everybody. And then there's this final aspect, which is called resilience. Now, this came up because in the discussion, our development partners were worrying that it might be the case that when we come up with this MVI, they might be, because of the nature of some countries, be supporting them in perpetuity, meaning supporting vulnerability in perpetuity. And that is why there was this resilience aspect that was put on to complement and in order to take care of that fear of perpetual support to vulnerability. Now, I now want to move on to the release of the interim report that was in July this year. Now, this was a calculated move from the members of the high-level panel in order to test the water on their thinking with member states. And the report is out. There's a link I put there on the screen that for those of you who are interested to take a read, you can find that out. But basically speaking, the report was divided into two main parts. The first part establishes the narrative, the history, and what they are thinking about in the work that they are now doing. And then the second part of the interim report forms what we call their recommendations on the way they would like to approach this exercise. Now, it is in that technical structure that I would like to jump into now, which basically, in a nutshell, what the interim report has are two sets of recommendations. One is the recommendation for the definitions. They present to member states a definition for structural vulnerability, and the resident coordinator mentioned that a bit, and then also a definition of structural resilience. Note that the operative word here is structural. Now, these definitions was drawn from the definition from the DRR and other existing agreed language of the United Nations, but it was felt that we had to, in order for the MVI to work, you have to agree, member states have to agree on a specific definition for a specific purpose, because without agreement on that definition, we will not be able to identify the indices to allow them to reach and to identify the appropriate indicators which they were supposed to be working on. And those definitions are as reflected in the screen. And then the second limb of their recommendation was to recommend to member states the proposed structure of the multidimensional vulnerability index. You'll see earlier on, Ms. Marinescu put forward a number of family tree, and you can see here too is a set of family tree. Now, this is what was put forward. This, Excellencies, is the devil right there you are looking at. For the MVI to work, this structure needs to be agreed by member states, and once they agree, and I'm happy to say that last week they did acknowledge in the resolution, and this is now going forward as the structure upon which they are going to build the MVI. Basically, if you look at it, the whole structure will be seen as one whole framework. But in fact, there are two categories of layers there. You'll see the upper layer, which contains the MVI, the vulnerability, resilience, and those baskets of development pillars. That is the upper layer. And then the second layer is what we call the national vulnerability resilience profile. Now, these two layers have specific use. And this is what is been touted about. The upper layer, the purpose of it is to identify in a technical and scientific manner through the appropriate indices that will populate each of those baskets under the vulnerability and resilience profile, what we call the, strictly speaking, structurally vulnerable countries in this world. What we are having today are vulnerable countries who are only politically agreed as vulnerable. What we're trying to do is to ensure that when this MVI is adopted, you can actually see who is really vulnerable and who is only politically, so to speak, vulnerable. That's the intention of the upper layer. And then in the second layer, which is the VRCP, this is where those who are identified as vulnerable and those who probably are not identified can use it to build the resilience profile in order for them to go to the bank or go to their development partners to seek concessional financing and other to finance their development priorities. So that is basically the framework structure. I noted that the glass has been struck. So let me now just go quickly through the next steps of what's going to happen. What we are doing right now is we are identifying appropriate indicators. After we identify those, we'll consult with all the organizations that are custodians of those indicators. Then we'll try and build prototypes. We'll examine the result. We'll play with it. We'll see how it is playing out. Then we will be articulating the MVI issues. And then we will build the vulnerability resilience profiles. Now, the vulnerability resilience profile, the strict application of the structural definition won't apply in the bottom layer. There will be opportunity in the resilient profile to include things like policies in order for you. But the main thing is you have been identified that you are really structurally vulnerable. And when you are, you can then play with the second layer to develop, together with your partner, with the bank or whoever you are trying to approach, to assist you with your sustainable development priorities implementations. And then the work on the governance arrangement is also being undergoing at this stage. Then, of course, after we finish this, as I said earlier, we were supposed to finish this work December 31st. But the General Assembly last week agreed for an extension. So this work will now be completed in June 2023. Now let me just go, Simona, quickly to those issues that are there that the Secretary General has identified that will be important. One of it is the data. Now, in everything in SIDS, since the 1990s, this data issue is, for want of a better word, and I apologize, is the order that classify our development effort. Because we do not have the data, we cannot scientifically assess ourselves, we cannot scientifically put forward proposition because there are a lack of data. I have said before in some other forum that for this region, it might be in their interest to see if they can collectively, in some kind of an agreement, regional agreement, on how they address this data issue. Final key points are there on the screen. I have been told that my time is up.
Can we still leave them on the screen, please? Thank you so much, Sai. Thank you. Just very two quick comments. So first of all, the region is well represented on the panel. As Sai mentioned, we have the permanent representative of Samoa on the panel representing the Prime Minister of Samoa, and we have Australia also with a very strong advocate for the MVI. And across the regions, all the members of the panel are actually knowledgeable, and again, with the SIDS in mind. That's where the process started, with the SIDS in mind. The second point is that the structural resilience, structural vulnerability and resilience were coined very well by one of the members of the panel. Some structural issues could be self-inflicted, so that's why we call these features that are factored into the MVI as non-self-inflicted sources of vulnerability. So things that do not come from your own making, things that are there no matter what. So thank you so much for that, Sai. We have spoken at length with our CEO here about the MVI over the last 2 years with our intense work in support of the formulation of the index. As mentioned, this was done across SIDS, small island states, with resident coordinators, their economists. I'm also very happy to introduce Travis Mitchell, our economist who has joined us from the Commonwealth Secretariat working on that. But let me also mention that FAO supported the development of the MVI. So FAO joined us with a financial contribution when the work started. We also had UNDP and UNESCO. So in addition to the resident coordinators, we had agencies from the Pacific. That's why I'm saying that the bulk of the work, preliminary work towards the panel, was done by the Pacific with support from our UN agencies as well. So thank you, FAO, for joining that. So PASTA has spoken about the MVI in many instances, so I know as a very knowledgeable, distinguished partner in terms of development cooperation, has some strong views on that. So PASTA, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Resident Coordinator. I promise I will be very brief. As you have heard, the bulk of the important work that has been done on the MVI. And the development of the MVI follows 30 years of advocacy by small island developing states to go beyond the gross national income measure and recognize that development support eligibility criteria do not reflect small island developing states' unique challenges and vulnerabilities. And there are a number of examples from our region. Palau has moved from the high-income group to the upper-middle-income group just 6 months after it graduated from ODA eligibility in January this year. And of the 6 countries that have so far graduated from least developed country status, 4 are SIDS, including 2 from the Pacific, and namely Samoa and Vanuatu. Solomon Islands, Kiribati, and Tuvalu have been consistently recommended for graduation. Now, Pacific Island countries identify strongly as part of the SIDS group, including as the incoming chair of the Alliance of Small Island States. In 2023, Samoa will assume the chair of the AOSIS group. So what role do we have as small island developing states, especially those of us in our region? What role do we have in progressing this work? We have a key role in driving advocacy. And we've started, for Samoa, we've started by being on the panel. We have worked to provide this role also as the current chair of the Pacific SIDS group that's coordinated through our mission in New York. And we will be the chair of the AOSIS group in 2023. What we need to do is to strategize, and at every opportunity that is provided to us, we should continue to play this advocacy role. And I'm pleased to say that Samoa has walked the talk. Especially this year, we have been able to promote the work on the MVIs when the Pacific held the first US-Pacific Summit in Washington. We have done this consistently also through regional meetings, in particular the Forum Economic Ministers meeting. And in recent meetings of the World Bank and the IMF, we had advocated the same message through our representative, namely our Minister of Finance, who had attended these meetings of the international financial institutions. And our statement to UNGA in September focused a lot on promoting the work of the MVI. And finally, at the COP27 in Egypt, we had also done the same. So we need to be consistent in how we promote our interests as far as the work of the MVI is concerned. I think we also need to look at what we would deem the usefulness of the MVI to our situations, and has already been touched upon by some of the presentations. It is a vehicle for exemptions or wider eligibility with regard to rules that govern access to development and concessional financing. It supports and guides formulation of country vulnerability and resilience profiles. It informs approaches to debt restructuring to extend eligibility for comprehensive debt treatment and allow exceptional eligibility for vulnerable states. It is a tool for advocacy to raise awareness of our unique vulnerabilities, as well as a monitoring tool of these vulnerabilities. And it certainly supports and guides the design of innovative financing mechanisms. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Pastor. Indeed, had we had more time, we would have spoken more about the use of the MVI. Pastor summarized a big part of it. So it's not only to access ODA beyond your graduation. We talk about your debt servicing, all your clauses in servicing debt to be informed by the level of vulnerability that you have. We look into compensation schemes as discussed, primarily on loss and damage, on insurance, disaster insurance schemes. So the initial thought was that the MVI will be for SIDS alone, and SIDS will not use the MVI to compete with the rest of the world on limited resources, but rather request some specific financing mechanisms to SIDS. Now we landed on a universal index, everybody will make use of it, but we very much hope that in the methodology that Sai mentioned, that needs to be done, the use of the MVI and also Pastor referred to, we will have the opportunity to place SIDS on specific use of the index. So let me also say that while the Pacific has started this work, we are also lucky to have a Pacific representative in the Secretariat, as Sai is from Fiji, and he knows the region in and out, so we have a strong voice there to push for an index that does justice to the issues that small island states are facing. We head into redesigning food systems. We need to continue mitigation and adaptation. Your financial needs are huge. We have to strengthen health systems, to transform the education systems. That cannot happen without proper resources. So that's what the MVI is meant to do. So please join me in thanking the panelists, but I'm not going to let them leave the stage because we have a few more minutes, I was informed, for any question that could come from the floor. So any question, any concern, any clarity required on the index? It's again universal. It will not look at member states alone. Discussions are taking place with international financial institutions. So for a change, everybody's in agreement that an additional metric to the GNI per capita is needed. So that's historic, so we need to celebrate that. Even the IMF speaks about the multidimensional vulnerability index, which is indeed great hope. No questions. I can see everybody's happy with the presentation. So thank you so much, distinguished panelists. We'll have an opportunity to inform everyone on the success of the General Assembly next year. So thank you so much, Honorable Tatui, Pasta, Sai, thank you. And over to Joseph. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Resident Coordinator Simonan, for the excellent section. I know that colleagues have enjoyed listening to the exchanges. The MVI is actually one of the recommendations that came from the 2021 SIDS Solutions Forum. So we are very happy that we were able to put it on this agenda so that the audience can deepen their understanding of this very, very important tool. I think we are doing very well with time today compared to yesterday. So now we will go out for lunch. Yes, we are very, very good with the time today. We are 2 minutes ahead of time. So we will be going out for lunch, and we should be back at 1:45. So now it's like 1:30, and we should be back for 1:45. So we have lunch for 1.5 hours, and 1 hour and 15 minutes. For the lunch, ladies and gentlemen, like yesterday, the ministers will go in the boardroom, and the rest of us, please, we go in the restaurant behind here, just as yesterday. Thank you very much, and we see you, and when we are back, we'll have a very important section on climate finance. Thank you, and enjoy your lunch. to start at 2 o'clock, but I see that people are coming around, so we don't necessarily have to wait for 2 o'clock. We can give ourselves more time to discuss. So I'm asking the ushers, the liaisons, to kindly facilitate the arrivals of the ministers so that we can begin this section. All right, thank you to everybody. Just to let you know, our next section was supposed to be chaired by the Honorable Minister Augustine Olga Moe from Solomon Islands. Unfortunately, he's not feeling well, so we have asked the Honorable Minister from Cook Islands, Mrs. Vinette Tutai Rose Toki Brown, the Minister of Health and Agriculture, to proxy for the minister. She has kindly agreed. Honorable Minister, please take the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I am sure we all enjoyed our lunch today, so please don't fall asleep in this session. We still have a lot of work to do, but I am glad this is the final session for us to wrap everything up. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to session 11, which is our final session for this forum. May I now invite a presentation by Mr. Sai Navoti, Chief SIDS Unit, Andesa, to present the impact of COVID-19, 5Fs, crisis and climate change on achieving the SDGs and Samoa pathway in the Pacific. You all saw Mr. Navoti this morning, but because of his flight schedule, he is now on the way to the airport. Is this right, Joseph? But he was very generous and recorded this presentation for us today. So colleagues, please play the video now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My deepest apology. Despite how much I would have loved to be delivering this presentation in person, unfortunately, by the time you're viewing this recording, I will be on my way to Faleolo to return to New York. This is session 11, considering the theme, accelerating the achievement of the Samoa pathway, the SDGs, the 2021 Food System Summit commitments, and the National Food System Pathways Reduction. My specific topic is to speak on the issue of impact of COVID-19, 5F crisis, climate change on achieving the SDGs and the Samoa pathway in the Pacific Islands. This presentation will, in a way, complement the presentation made yesterday at session 7A, entitled Post-2021 SIDS Solution Forum Follow-Up Report, made by my colleagues from FAO, Ms. Angelica Daza, of the Office of SIDS, LDCs, and LLDCs, and Ms. Yao, the Sub-Regional Coordinator for FAO in the Pacific. Analysis of the global trend suggests 2022, for the second year in a row, the world is no longer making progress on the SDGs. This is a major setback, especially when considering that before the pandemic, over the period 2015 to 2019, the world was progressing on the SDGs at a rate of 0.5 points per year, which was already too slow to reach the 2030 deadline. The second major observable trend is that peace, diplomacy, and international cooperation are fundamental conditions for the world to progress on the SDGs towards 2030 and beyond. The war in Ukraine and other military conflicts, together with the lingering health crisis, which are multiple, simultaneous, and unclear, have diverted policy attentions and priorities away from medium and long-term goals, such as the SDGs and the Paris Agreement and the Samoa pathway. The shift to focus towards short-term issues not only threatens to slow down or even stall the adoptions of ambitious and credible national and international plans, but also squeezes available international funding for sustainable development. The third observable trend at midpoint on the way to 2030 is that policy efforts and commitments supporting the SDGs vary significantly across countries, including among the G20 countries. Now, this trend is also observable in the level and trends of implementation in Pacific Small Island developing states. The Sustainable Development Goals Report 2022, produced by the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA, provides the global overview of progress on the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development using the latest available data and estimates. It tracks the global and regional progress towards the 17 goals with in-depth analysis of selected indicators for each goal. I will pause briefly here and request the organizers to play a video summarizing the status of global implementation in 2022. After this short video, I will briefly touch on the progress in the Pacific before I conclude. And I'll request the Secretariat to please play the video.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sai, for that excellent, very touching, and very true presentation. As we all know, he is not here with us, so please excuse me, I will not open the floor for questions. So we will now move on to our second agenda, environment, climate finance to support agri-food systems transformation in the context of the climate change, COVID-19, and 5 Fs. We have 1 hour and 15 minutes allocated for this section. So ladies and gentlemen, this is another very important segment under the last session of this forum. It will specifically highlight a critical issue that is often forgotten. As you all know, climate change does not only destroy infrastructure such as houses, bridges, and so forth, it also destroys crop fields, livestock, fisheries, and forces people to change their diets. For this reason, we need to ensure that a significant portion of the financial resources for combating climate change is also devoted to strengthening our agri-food systems. This segment will shed light on this subject, but we will also have an opportunity to hear the implications of COP27 on FAO's future perspectives. With this, I now invite Ms. Angelica Maria Jacob Dasa, Office of SIDS LLDCs, on behalf of FAO Deputy Director General Helena Semiro, for an intervention reflecting FAO's position within the context of COP27. Ms. Angelica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to deliver this keynote address on behalf of FAO Deputy Director General Marilena Semedo, who regrettably is unable to join us today. The address reads as follows, and I quote, "Firstly, congratulations to the Pacific Small Island Developing States and partners on the continued collaboration to identify and accelerate innovative solutions designed by and for the Pacific SIDS and its people. The Pacific Island Survival Tips were launched ahead of COP27 is a very good example of such solutions. Regarding COP27, allow me to share key takeaways for FAO. First, the transformation of agri-food systems is at the core of climate solutions. We need to transform agri-food systems to become more sustainable, resilient, efficient, and low emission. We need actions at scale to protect marine ecosystems and coral reefs, to halt biodiversity loss and deforestation, and enhance carbon sinks, while boosting agricultural productivity, food, and livelihood security based on the sustainable management of natural resources. Second, such transformation calls for scaling up innovative climate finance and access by Pacific countries. I would like to congratulate the Pacific SIDS in their critical role and leadership in the historical agreement at COP27 to establish loss and damage funding from climate-induced disasters. FAO has worked over many years to help member countries assess disaster impacts on agriculture and food security. We have learned there's a serious lack of data and systems for countries to collect and manage information on agricultural sectors' loss and damage. As a result, agriculture disaster losses are underaccounted for, particularly in fisheries and forestry subsectors. We must continue advocating for delivering on commitments to double adaptation finance and to live up to the US $100 billion per year pledge to help developing countries to implement the Paris Agreement. At the same time, it is vital to develop public, private, and community partnerships to mobilize resources through blended financing modalities. I am pleased to see that these important issues will be discussed in this session, taking forward the recommendations made at the 2021 SIDS Solutions Forum, notably recommendation number 10 to mobilize necessary resources and partnerships, and recommendation number 12 to establish structured and targeted regional financing that responds to the particular needs and priorities of SIDS. I would like to end with a few thoughts for your discussions. The 8th cycle of GEF 8, has just been launched, and for the first time in GEF's history, there is a program dedicated to SIDS, the Blue-Green Islands Integrated Program. This is a great opportunity. FAO sounds ready to support you if you apply to this program. If successful, your country will receive a 30% top-up on the value of your committed GEF allocation resources. The GEF 8 program has other important options for countries, options linked to the 5 focal areas: climate change, biodiversity, land degradation, international waters, and chemicals and waste of the GEF, and to the GEF Climate Adaptation Trust Funds. With EFAD, FAO will be leading GEF 8 Integrated Food Systems Program. Now is the time to optimize opportunities to build synergies between global funds, GCF, as well as the Adaptation Fund, and other windows, and leveraging financing for agri-food systems transformation. At COP27, FAO shared its experience in supporting members in building on such opportunities. Through the rules on trading of greenhouse gas offsets under Article 6, there are new potential prospects for the agriculture and land use sectors to attract needed finance for emissions reduction and impact-based actions, leading to low emission and resilient development. Finally, a whole of Pacific's approach is critical to unlock financing at scale for agri-food systems transformation, helping countries meet their national priorities and commitments while addressing regional challenges for better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. Thank you, and wishing you fruitful discussions, end quote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation on behalf. Sorry, I'm trying to find the note. Many, many thanks, Ms. Angelica, for delivering that message on behalf of our FAO Deputy Director General, Helena Semido. Now I will invite Dr. Dori Batai, Research Fellow, Food Policy, George Institute for Global Health, Australia. Dr. Batai, you have the floor.
Talofa, honorable ministers, development partners, academics, and food system experts online and in the room. Today we heard a lot about the importance of having a systems approach to achieve the sustainable food system transformations, what we've been talking about for days. We also talked a lot about the importance of multi-sectoral collaboration, however hard that is, and we discussed that the sustainable food system transformation is full of trade-offs which needs to be addressed and solved. In this presentation today, I will talk about these trade-offs. I will hopefully give some ideas for you how this systems approach can be actually implemented in practice in your policy work and in your work with your colleagues back in your home countries. And I will also talk about the opportunities of how we can really support multi-sectoral collaboration. Early this year, I was asked by FAO to write this report to give a summary of the impacts of climate change on food systems in general, and also to summarize and give an overview of the trade-offs, the way we can mitigate the trade-offs in sustainable agri-food system transformation. And here I am today to talk about some of the key findings here. The really unique thing in this report was that we looked at food systems as a whole. So instead of only focusing on food production, only fisheries, forestry, or crop and livestock production, or only focusing on food processing, or food trade, or consumer behavior, we've wrapped all of these together, and we try to understand how climate change impacts all of these things in a systematic way. And applying the same lens, we also try to understand the trade-offs in all these areas. Because we talked already a lot about the impacts of climate change, I'm not going to spend too much time on this slide, but again, as I mentioned before, it is really important for us to recognize and emphasize that climate change does not only disrupt food production, but it disrupts the distribution of food, it disrupts food trade, and it disrupts the diets what our people have in Pacific Island countries. Why is it that there are so many trade-offs in agri-food system transformation? Why is it that we didn't used to talk about trade-offs so much before when it comes to agricultural development? Now, one of the main reasons behind this is traditionally, in the old times when we talked about agricultural development, we really only focused on ensuring that farmers and countries, they have revenue. We focused on exporting the products what we had, and we also focused on make sure that people, they have enough food to eat. But because of climate change and because of these other shocks which keep coming at us, COVID-19, now the global food and energy crisis, now we had to recognize that there are all these other goals as well, what we talk about, what we need to engage when we talk about food system transformation. But if you look at all these goals are really not really belong to the remit of one organization or one agency. And these goals, they don't necessarily come or go together. This is the reason why we have so many trade-offs, what needs to be solved, and this is why it is actually such a big challenge. But for us to adopt or to actually reach all of these goals, it seems like that we have to adopt some new approaches to food systems. And step away, or at least focus on other approaches as well, not only on exporting food products, but bringing some other opportunities. So this report was written based on consultations with experts like you in the Pacific, so I'm not talking out of my own brain. This is your collective brain, what I'm presenting here. And what you told us when we were talking to you during writing this report is that there needs to be a balance between agro-industrial approaches and agro-ecological approaches. Now, in the next slides, I will talk about what these approaches are and how we can achieve balance and where are the trade-offs between them. In terms of crop and livestock production, what we see that in many countries, farmers, they really focus on the intensification of crop cultivation and also focusing on cash cropping and cattle farming. Now, these approaches are really good at creating short-term income. They are fairly reliable as well. And farmers, they end up going and using their money to go and buy food for their families from the markets and supermarkets. However, the issues with these approaches is that they are often not practiced in an environmentally sustainable way. And also, they're not necessarily resilient for climate change exposure. So, for example, if you think about monocropping, when a farmer is planting only one cash crop, the next time an extreme weather event occurs, like a drought or a flooding or a cyclone comes, then the chances that one crop will be wiped out completely and the farmer will be remain without any source of income or any food is actually quite high. So this is where these agroecological approaches are coming in. For example, the traditional farming and land preparation practices, which can be combined with agroforestry. And I believe the next presentation will talk a lot about the opportunities in agroforestry. But here the idea is that the farmer plants a diverse range of products or crops, and at the same time, basically uses organic, or I would say traditional Pacific traditional practices, which are using traditional methods. For example, in the Maikana app, our colleagues were talking about how they are teaching people to use these methods. But now the issue with this approach is that it's not going to bring so much money in the long term as cash cropping. So what would be the solution to manage these trade-offs? And what you told me during these consultations is that one option is that farmers do both. But doing both means that you might need to get away some of the efforts or some of the investment from cash cropping to implement some form of agroforestry and some form of traditional farming practices. This also, of course, requires the reintroduction of traditional knowledge. And again, all these approaches are something which are already being practiced in many Pacific Island countries. So there are good examples here. And I forgot to mention at the beginning that we actually wrote a report about this, which will be published in 2 weeks, and approximately. And in this report, you actually can find the actual examples which I drew from for this presentation. In terms of fisheries, we see again a very similar trend, is that governments, they often focus on exporting pelagic fish as a way of creating government revenue. And at the same time, communities, small-scale fishers, they focus on coastal fishing. And during the COVID-19 crisis and during the current crisis, what we saw, that many small-scale fishers, they ended up intensifying their fishing activities, which means that they fished in areas which should be in a taboo protected zone, or they were doing more night fishing. And we know that these fishing practices are actually endanger the fish population. It creates a danger of overfishing. So again, one alternative approach would be, or an approach where we can balance these approaches would be, is to shift away from coastal fishing and teach fishers to actually do nearshore pelagic fishing. There are good examples about this in the Pacific, but of course this requires investment. This requires farmers or fishers to be taught about the new fishing methods. Also, they might require some support regarding obtaining motorboats and so on. Now, because of the fuel crisis, talking about motorboats, this might be not the best idea these days, but what we saw that in some of the countries, using fish aggregating devices together with traditional canoes actually works very well for nearshore pelagic fishing. So again, the idea is not that we completely get rid of pelagic fishing or exporting fish, but the idea is to balance these approaches. In terms of manufacturing supply chains, we heard some excellent presentations on the first day about innovative methods for preservation and for innovative and traditional methods for processing food, also to distribute foods, such as the Maua app is sounding like a great opportunity to strengthen this method. Now, the other thing that we should also remember, that at the same time, every time that we put effort into increasing food production in a country, if we don't ensure that the road infrastructure and the infrastructure necessary for distributing the food is in place, then actually that extra produced food might not reach consumers. So this is where the first part where the systems approach comes in. We have to recognize that food production comes together with strengthening processing, but at the same time strengthening distribution chains, strengthening infrastructure. Now, of course, one of the reasons why very often we don't focus on this that much, because it costs a lot of money. And unfortunately, this is a point where I was happy to hear about the new index, what our colleagues were presenting just before. It looks like a good opportunity for us to put our hands up and asking for a little bit more support here. But again, what the key point is that we cannot only look at food production. We need to make sure that the food is distributed and reaches the consumers. Regarding food trade and consumer behavior, again, in the morning we heard some excellent opportunities and presentations about how we can encourage people to eat healthy. And also what we discussed before, that the creating an enabling environment is crucial to ensure that people, they actually choose a healthy diet. But also, from a food systems perspective, what we can do in this sense is to regulate unhealthy foods in a way that unhealthy foods are relatively more expensive than healthy fresh foods. There is a trick about this, and one gonna need to be really careful, because at the moment, in most of the countries, unhealthy junk foods, they are more affordable than fresh local foods. So what you can do, we can introduce fiscal policies, and we can introduce a range of measures which makes them more expensive. But at the same time, you gotta be careful, because we can't just take away the food that people eat on an everyday basis. You need to offer an alternative which is actually really cheaper. And this is where, again, the connection with food trade comes back to food production. Because if you don't have the strong food production of local fresh foods, then you have nothing to replace than unhealthy foods. And now I can already see many of the honorable ministers thinking and asking me in their head, it's like, yes, but what do I do about food regulation and food policies? Or what do I do about strengthening infrastructure? And this is where the questions around where the importance of multi-sectoral collaboration really comes in. Because as we see, it's not only that the Ministry of Agriculture is responsible for food production and the Ministry of Trade and Health is responsible for food trade, but there are actually a range of other agencies there on the national level who needs to be involved in a food systems multi-sectoral collaborative manner. And of course, this is easier said than done. And I would love to hear from our colleagues in Vanuatu and Samoa who has already established some food systems collaborative approaches. It would be good to learn from them. But what we see that the reason why multi-sectoral collaboration is so hard, because there is a competition for funding, not only on national level between government agencies, but even in the regional level, there is a competition for funding. And the other issue is that most of the development money, it comes into silos. Most of the money either comes to agriculture, to health, to trade, and so on. So then how would you want to implement a national level multi-sectoral program when the funding is so siloed at the same time? Now, I know that this is something what our colleagues at the UN, at the development agencies, they already aware of these issues, and I've heard that they already have some ideas about how to tackle this, or there are some initiatives already in place, and I would love to hear about this, maybe, if not now, maybe in the break. This would be a really interesting conversation. Again, the report should be available to you in 2 weeks. In the meantime, you have some printouts on your table, which actually gives a much more detailed explanations on the trade-off. Unfortunately, I didn't have time anything more, but I would love to hear your thoughts later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Batai, for that excellent presentation on the preliminary results of that study. Now we move on to Dr. Baeno Vigulu, Permanent Secretary, Forestry Research of Solomon Islands Ministry of Agriculture. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Thank you, moderator. First, let me acknowledge the presence of the FAO Deputy Director General and the Excellencies for gracing our meeting or our session this afternoon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my statement will be on non-wood forest products this afternoon. Non-wood forest products such as nuts, mushrooms, herbs, spices, aromatic plants, and game have been used for food, health, and cultural purposes for millennia. Yet, there is a tendency to underestimate their role. This is exactly true for the SIDS. Our people have been using non-wood forest products for food, medicine, health, and cultural purposes for as long as we have been a people of the islands of the sea. Going forward, it is important to recognize and elevate the status of this to pivot a more robust and sustainable agriculture, food system, and rural livelihood. For example, in Solomon Islands and Melanesia, the canarium nut, which is also known as ngali nut, nangai, or galib, is a staple. Successful value chains have been developed locally, and export has begun into the SIDS region, although still low. Some of the SIDS non-wood forest products fit very well into the smallholder farming system and food pathway. In Solomon Islands, we also consider beekeeping as a non-wood forest product enterprise. Some of our islands have successfully developed this as their very own local products. I am sure many of our SIDS have their own unique products. It was pleasing to note the start of examining the medicinal properties of some of our own plants at the Samoa Research Organization on the first day. It is an important step to put science behind the original steps of our Pacific herbal products and medicines. The contribution of forests to food security, nutrition, community health, energy, employment, and in tackling climate change is clearly recognized at international, national, and local levels, namely in the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement. The socioeconomic benefits of forests include the role of non-wood forest products for generating income, food and nutritional security, basic human needs, and improving quality of life were recently documented by FAO in the State of World's Forest 2014 report, SOFA 2014. The report estimates that non-wood forest products generated US $88 billion in year 2011, that about 76 million tons of food from the forest were consumed on average in the same year. Moreover, the report suggests that forest products contribute to the provision of shelter for about 1.3 billion people and to human health through the use of medicinal plants that originated in the forests. With reference to World Health Organization Report 2002 estimates, in addition, that in 2011, around 2.8 billion people in China, India, and Africa used traditional medicines, many of which originated in forests. To enter more into tradable commodity, the SIDS non-wood forest products still have some way to go, and we acknowledge the very good work done by FAO to support this and some parts of their report, which I have directly quoted here. On this note, I call on the Pacific family to work together with FAO to encourage, upscale, and promote non-wood forest products in the Pacific into agri-food system that continue to support livelihoods across the Pacific and leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vaino, for sharing your expertise and information on improving production, trade, consumption, and resilience. Now I will invite two senior FAO officials in the Pacific to address opportunities for unlocking environmental and climate finance in the Pacific SIDS. May I call upon Lian Chawi, FAO Technical Advisor for GEF Projects, and Raushan Kumar, FAO Forestry Officer for the Pacific. You have 5 minutes each to deliver your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, senior government officers, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start taking a note from the presentation which was made by Ms. Tode. She presented on the impact of climate change on the food system. That presentation delivered a scientific reality on how the food system is getting impacted. But in this presentation, we are going to talk a different side of this story, which countries have reported themselves through different reports like NDC, which is nationally determined contribution. There may be some other reports. There are regional reports on adaptations, as well as some other relevant country priority document. We have synthesized them, and we have created a kind of a summary report which talks about different kinds of priority areas which countries have reflected and that they want to address in the coming years. The reality of Pacific is that the Pacific contributes less than 0.04% of the global greenhouse gas emission, but they are disproportionately impacted by the climate change and the different kinds of variabilities, storm, drought, floods, invasion by pests and infestations by different kinds of disease on the crops are some of the major impacts which they are facing. Climate-related saltwater intrusion, water stress, and soil erosion are the most frequently reported problems in terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems, while sea level rise, surface temperature rise, coastal erosion, ocean acidification, and some related incidences are in the marine and coastal ecosystem. There are different kinds of observed and reported climate impacts on crops, livestock, fisheries, and aquacultures. They are the yield decline, rise in pests and diseases, supply chain disruptions and economic damage, increasing food and nutrition insecurity, and the conflict and migration-related problems. It is estimated that around 10% of the cultivable areas will be climatically unsuitable by mid of this century under high emission scenarios. Increased climate extremes will periodically increase the simultaneous losses in major food producing regions. Heat stress will have a negative impact on livestock. Mixed systems can reduce the vulnerability, but it will come with a trade-off. There will be a major impact on supply chain, and it will be hit and there will be a big hit on the food systems, and it will create impact on storage and disruptions to the transport and the trade networks. These are some of the most important conclusions which have been reported by the countries through their different reports. There will be increase in risk of hunger, malnutrition, and diet-related mortality. Impacts with other drivers. The climate change not only has a direct impact, but it also sometimes acts as the catalyst, and it interacts with different kinds of non-climatic drivers and make them more impactful. So that is one of the most important things which we have to look into. It also affects vulnerable groups. Incidents, insufficient adaptations is especially a major concern in small island developing states. There is an increased evidence that maladaptation, the scientific studies, there are different kinds of studies happening in bits and pieces. If they are not well coordinated and if they are not well reported, there will be different kinds of maladaptation practices, and that will again intensify the agriculture problems. If you look at the table, we have done the analysis of all the Pacific 14 countries, and then 57% countries have reported that they are facing loss in biodiversity, primarily in ocean and coastal zone ecosystem. Changes in water availability and quality are reported in 79% of the countries. Adverse health impact, loss of productive infrastructure and assets are reported by 93% of the countries. Food insecurity and malnutrition, 71%. Economic dependence on agriculture and natural resource reported as a non-climatic driver of vulnerability, that is 79%. There is a scope. They are clearly saying that there is a need of diversification. So here, the isolation, the challenging geographical issues are also reported. Genetic resource, land and soil resources related issues, fisheries, crop subsectors, agro-ecosystem, ocean, coastal zone ecosystem, and loss of production and primary productivity. And also the countries makes reference to the loss and damage. These are the figures which countries have reported. These were some of the thematic areas. These were not only the reported issues, but these are the thematic areas which can be addressed uniquely and also through the integrated programs. We can always interlink them and then convert them into a bigger impact programs. Many technical adaptations, if you look at the options, many technical adaptation options are available, but they need to go in hand, creating an enabling environment. For many adaptation options, there is a lack of information on their economic and institutional feasibility. So that is a situation where we need to address the maladaptation practices. It has to be country-specific, ecosystem-specific, and also it has to deal with the issues which may be unique or the common. Adaptation options are highly context-specific and also in relation to the socio-economic and agroecological situations. Cultivars, here I'm not using the terminology crop, but I'm using the terminology cultivars. Purposefully, I've changed it. The reason is that that's how it becomes the contextual. And cultivars and breed improvements are one of the important situations which need to be looked into. Water management, again, is the big challenge here. These are some of the options which we can look into about the different kinds of adaptation options in the Pacific. Now, with this slide, I'm handing over the presentation to my colleague, Ms. Lian Chawi. Over to you to provide some insights on the GEF and the different environmental finance options.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My presentation today is going to focus specifically on the Global Environmental Facilities Trust Fund, which is one of the largest multilateral funds in the Pacific SIDS. So the GEF resources, they are replenished every 4 years. In the 8th cycle of GEF, which is now, the replenishment amount is 5.3 billion, which has been pledged by donor nations, and it's the highest replenishment so far for GEF. The GEF 8 period has been was launched in July 2022, and it will conclude in July 2026. And you are all probably aware of and very familiar with the Global Environment Facility. So I would just quickly touch upon how countries can access the Global Environment Facilities funds. So how can countries access the GEF funds? This is through your country's GEF operational focal points. Funds can be accessed through the different focal areas that are presented here. This could be in the form of biodiversity, land degradation, climate change mitigation, and all the other focal areas that are mentioned here. So you can access this single focal area. It could be a multifocal area. In a sense, you can combine biodiversity and land degradation and apply for the funds, or you can just apply for it through the single focal area of GEF. So what do these focal areas focus on? So in the biodiversity focal area, the emphasis is largely on integrated landscape and seascape management, mobilizing domestic resources and policy coherence. So FAO, it brings to the table the crucial agri-food systems sector in the biodiversity mainstreaming agenda. So, under the land degradation focal area, sustainable land management and land-based drought mitigation measures, they are the key entry points for countries in the Pacific, especially those that are facing severe droughts. You can access the funds through the land degradation focal area. And then the climate change mitigation, it supports transition towards decarbonized power systems, nature-based solutions with mitigation potentials, and building capacities for enhanced transparency under the Paris agreements and other convention obligations. And international waters, to which many of the member countries here are party to, it focuses on areas beyond national jurisdiction and the blue economic development and enhanced water security in shared freshwater ecosystems. And under chemicals and waste, the focus is on creating sustainable and regenerative supply chains in critical industries such as fashion or construction industries. Then we have the climate change adaptation. Under this, countries that are least developed countries can access the LDCF funds under the adaptation funds. We have the 3 LDCs in the Pacific SIDS that can access this adaptation fund. So that was one means of accessing the GEF funds. The second means for accessing it is through the integrated programs. So this is not just a single entry through biodiversity or climate change or land degradation, but here it's more of an integrated program which combines a number of issues that countries face. So these are the different integrated programs that Jeff has listed. So the most relevant of these is the Blue and Green Island Integrated Program, which is dedicated to SIDS, as Angelica had mentioned in her brief speech before. This reflects, in a way, the importance that is given to SIDS, in this Jeff cycle. I will touch upon this in the next slide, specifically on the Blue and Green Island. Then we come to the Clean and Healthy Oceans, which focuses on curbing the flow of untreated wastewater and runoff into coastal waters. This is also extremely relevant for the region. Then, of course, the Sustainable Cities, which aims to build net zero, nature-positive, inclusive, and climate-resilient cities. And then we come to the Net Zero Nature Positive Accelerator, which focuses on investing in nature and new technologies leading to reduced GHG emissions. Ecosystem restoration aims to restore the resilient ecosystems to foster green recovery. And now to my next slide, on why integrated programs. Why would countries want to apply for GEF resources under the integrated programs? So learning from the previous GEF cycles, it has been shown that by addressing environmental problems in an integrated manner, the result is that it results in greater impacts per unit of investment, and it creates conditions for systems transformation. That is the learning from the previous GEF cycles. Hence, in this GEF 8, 11 integrated programs have been introduced, which I just walked you through in the previous slide. So that is one reason why countries may be interested in this. And the second reason is that there is an incentive for applying for an integrated program. That is, if a country programs $3, it will get an additional $1. So for small SIDS, for SIDS countries where the allocation is quite limited, for example, if Fiji puts in $2 million from the allocation that you receive from GEF, you will get an additional $0.67 million, which makes it 2.67. So if a country wants to put 3 million, it will get an additional 1 million, so making it the $4 million project. And that is the incentive that a country would get for investing in integrated programs. Besides that, countries will also be part of this global knowledge platform because they are part of a wider integrated program. So, but it's important to note that integrated program is, and it's a competitive process in which limited countries will be selected by the GEF. At the same time, GEF has specifically mentioned that when applications are received from countries, SIDS will be given priority and for the incentive amounts. So that's another positive point for the SIDS as well. Now, as I said, I wanted to just quickly touch upon the one integrated program which is so relevant to this region. The central focus here is on nature and nature-based solutions, the integration into key economic sectors through targeted interventions. So these sectors are broadly the food sector, covering agriculture and fisheries, and then the tourism sector and urban development. These are the three important sectors that the Blue and Green Island Integrated Program focuses on. And then I will just quickly move to the next slide. So if you can see the slide, the graph here shows the allocations to Pacific countries. You will see countries listed here below. I hope you can see them. This is from the previous GEF cycle and the current cycle. So the yellow graph is one bar is the one for the GEF 8, the allocation provided to countries, and the one in blue is for GEF 7. So GEF 7 has just concluded, as I said, and GEF 8 has just started. So your country the allocations are here provided in this graph. In more detail, let me get to this. So here it's clearer for you all to see that as shown in the previous slide, the country allocations has increased substantially from GEF 7. So you will see in GEF 8, the total allocation for the Pacific SIDS is 42.5 million higher than the amount in GEF 7. So the aggregate floor is $8 million for all SIDS and LDCs in GEF 8. So as you will also see in the last column, there are 3 countries, the Pacific, the LDCs that can program their allocations of 20 million each for each of these LDCs. We can discuss about this later if you're interested. So my last slide is this. So in my last slide, I just wanted to leave you with these final thoughts on the way ahead. With the projected increase in finance flows to the Pacific, it's now also important to consider how most vulnerable communities will benefit. So are the outcomes of our environment and finance, climate finance, are they long-lasting? Are they sustainable? All the projects and programs that we've had so far. And also, do they adequately respond to the needs and priorities of the Pacific countries? Are crucial sectors such as agriculture and food systems well integrated into the climate action that we're talking about? And finally, is there enough capacity? How can capacities be strengthened with the finance flows increasing more to the Pacific? And also, I would like to conclude by saying that FAO, in consultation with a range of experts, has prepared a number of concept notes and ideas relevant to the Pacific SIDS, which we will be happy to share with you, and also support its development into a proposal in the coming days and months. With that, I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roshan and Lian Chawi, for that very informative presentation. May I now invite our panelists to come forward and take your seats. Mr. Vinesh Kumar, Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Agriculture, Fiji. Mr. Loti Vaisekavera, Permanent Secretary, Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, Solomon Islands. And Mr. Antoine Ravo, Director of Agriculture and Research Department, Vanuatu Ministry of Agriculture. I will now give the floor to our panelists to address the following questions. How can environmental finance support countries in achieving the SDGs and Samoa pathway for maximum impact? How can environmental finance support countries in achieving the SDGs and Samoa pathway for maximum impact? What are the gaps and limitations in securing environmental finance for agri-food systems? I hand over to our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll start up with what Dr. Dori Pataya said about this silo approach in terms of accessing climate financing, as well as on the same essence, projects though they exist into a country, but the challenge has always been that it is interdepartmental or it's interagency. So if there is lack of, we would say, capacity within institutions to execute programs, the challenge is that a number of times these programs do not see the daylight. So taking the cue on how best these climate as well as environmental programs could be, the finances could be well executed as well as the outcomes are well met for the SDGs, I believe it's more of mainstreaming these climate finances into existing food systems, agri-food systems, as well as mainstreaming it into existing activities of countries. Now, for example, I think within the presentation of the last speaker was on the essence, there need to be an integrated approach. I just want to little bit reflect on the Fijian concept, the IWRM, Integrated Water Resource Management, where projects are catchment-based. There are a number of actors, players, stakeholders, with different agencies looking after them. But again, there is a governance structure set up within the catchment, but this is the location of the project, where this, with different agencies, with different approaches, but again, helping the catchment, helping the same people, we were able to achieve a larger goal, as well as on this same essence, we were promoting what we were saying, a teamwork as well as an integrated approach towards a common goal, which is again improving the livelihood of the very people that are in the catchment, as well as improving or as well as contributing to the SDGs. So now, going back to the question proper in terms of how we can provide the leverage, I think agri-food systems should not be approached. The best way forward is to have an integrated approach, not a silo approach, where this could be embedded. The environmental approaches could be embedded into existing agri-food systems. One of the examples, like the JEF funding that we received the last cycle on biodiversity. So we looked at 7 catchments, and one of the catchments was, we saw that there were certain kinds of plants, there were certain kinds of, we would say, fauna and flora that needed to be safeguarded. And we used the agricultural sector to assist us how we can do that. At the same time, we can provide food and income security to the farmers living in the catchment. So what we did was, we diverted that fund, or we used that fund smartly in terms of fencing certain areas where the animals were, and again, these animals were threatening the biodiversity there. Within the system, we saw that there were a lot of land that were degraded. Rather than replanting only forested, we would say timber that would be again harvested, we then went on establishing orchards in those areas. So in that way, we are not going to harvest those trees in years to come, but again, down the line, about 5 years down the line, we will be harvesting fruits out of that. That would be again income, livelihood for the people. It would be again looking at the food security, the nutrition security. So this way, we smartly try to, it was fund directed within, if you say, the domains and the books of JEF. It was more of environment, biodiversity, but we were able to divert it smartly into making sure that we have got a win-win and we're killing so many birds with one stone. So that's our take on how we can move forward. And the last one, the gaps. Yes, we do believe there is, again, a gap in capacity. We do need support in certain areas. But within that, I believe that there is a lack of ownership as well as stewardship in number of programs that are there. Projects come and go, interventions come and go, but if the local community that is there does not take ownership, there should be a mechanism built where they could be empowered to take up lead role in making sure the continuity of the programs and projects are there. We have created what we say jobs for nature, and we are quite thankful for a number of donors in assisting, where we have empowered communities in certain areas where these projects are, who actually are paid to look after areas of biodiversity concern, and they actually empower other people within the group. So, having said that, I think one of the gaps is how best, and this is something I know it's difficult in Pacific as well, empowering communities to, again, lead up those legacies. And I think in certain areas, we have achieved it, where we have looked into some champions that are there. We have also worked with groups that, again, their agenda is in terms of looking after certain projects. They have been champions in that regard. So those are some of, I would say, lessons learned as well as way forward. But again, a lot of work needs to be done in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. Now I hand over to Mr. Loti.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is a very important area in Solomon Islands, which we really want to utilize and encourage our agriculture as it stands at the moment. So we are really looking to the opportunity, and already we are building relationships with our Ministry of Environment. This is at the national level, because they, at the moment, are the people who are accessing climate funds. So we are building relationships beyond what has been, or what is to really diversify the opportunity for supporting our farming, food systems, and to really create opportunity for the farming sector to become more productive. And so that is really one thing we want to encourage and one thing we want to step forward with. But there are also a few concerns. At the moment, we are seeing climate funding as, if we put it as a plane, the plane is too big to land. And so we want to develop ourselves, and I think to make sure that the Ministry of Agriculture and our partners, all of us together, are ready as a runway, are ready to partner, but not only at our level. I think a point raised by Mr. Kumar is also valid for Solomon Islands. We want are ready to partner right from the farmer level, so that all the activities we are doing are really supporting long-term sustainable food production. And so in there, it brings us another concern. A number of project-oriented activities or programs, and if we put in place climate funding, they are very short-term. But when we talk about food and nutrition, these are lifestyle, these are values, human values. And so encouraging our people to change from a behavior or an attitude is a long-term thing. It's not 3 years, it's not 2 years, it's not 5 years. It's a long-term partnership and mentoring. So I think one thing that the climate funding or the stakeholders around climate funding should be really looking at is giving the countries, and for Solomon Islands, giving us an opportunity that we can receive initial support for what we want and what we can do at the level of us at the moment, but then allow a portion of the funds to be self-triggered. In other words, give us something to start off, say $1 million. That's just an example, not the real number. But you put aside some 2 million that will trigger by ourselves. And we agree what's the scale, what's the measurement, what are the indicators. And when we arrive at that point, we can come and say, excuse me, sir, we have met the criteria. Can you open the purse? So those kind of things, that allows the activity to have some sustainable impact at the farmer level. at the production level, at the behavioral level, at the attitude level, because we want this kind of thing to be, one day, we want to be able to say food security and nutrition, or NCD, is a declining trend. We don't want every time to come, and we always have that thing existing in front of us as a mountain. We want to climb that mountain and to tip over, to arrive at the tipping point where actually what we are doing, we are raising down on another mountainside, looking for whatever the future will bring to us. So the gaps we have is really, how can we allow the plane, the GEF or climate funding plane, to land in Solomon Islands? At the moment, it's a 787 Boeing, and our runway is only for a propeller plane. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Lady. I think for Vanuatu's experience in the linkage between climate change, climate finance, and agri-food system is quite positive. The work of FAO carries out in Vanuatu with the partners in the implementation of GF projects are surely scaling up with other resources of climate financing, as in the case of the new projects in finance and adaptation funds, SIDS, and the Global Agriculture and Food Security Program Initiative. Undoubtedly clear evidence of this in addition to the projects that have been supported in updating the adaptations of different strategies and policies, all of them based on improving the livelihood conditions of all peoples of Vanuatu. Forestry, landscaping strategies and action plans, national invasive strategies and action plans, Vanuatu sustainable tourism strategies, particularly on agritourism and slow food programs. Another advance that was work carried out by FES initiative through the good food policy financed by the European Union, which have undoubtedly given excellent results for Vanuatu. Vanuatu has also taken leads in the climate justice initiative, which has defended at the last COP27, where a new financing mechanism, just financing based on loss and damage, has been launched or is in the process of being launched. And the new call for the IKI initiative will undoubtedly make the SIDS strengthen their capabilities and become more resilient and better adapted to the threats of climate change, as well as contribution to achieving the goals of the SDGs. I think for Vanuatu, the key priorities of moving forward on how Vanuatu would unlock the environmental and climate finance is what we need to support, or we need support from the FAO or GF, is the implementation of the forestry sector policy and action plan, the implementation of agriculture sector policy, implementation of the public health policy, review and implementation of the Good Falagai policy or Good Food policy, which is our food pathway, support to the role of the Vanuatu National Food System Secretariat, as well as the National Food Committee in coordination, monitoring, evaluation, reporting, and implementation of different policy sectors of agriculture, livestock, forestry, such as the National Tree Planting Program, Fisheries, Biosecurity, Health, Education, such as the Farm to School Initiative, Environment, Agritourism, Lands, Climate Change, and Energy on an integrated and collaborative approach and program. Support to the implementation of the Ministry of Agriculture Gender Action Plan in transforming agricultural food system based on a sustainable food nutrition support, technical capacity support to increase the funding of Vanuatu soil laboratory in areas of soil field collection, testing, analysis of sustainable environmental areas and agricultural practice, and zoning of prime agricultural land, agroforestry areas, and land recreation and land sustainable areas. Support implementation of the new Vanuatu Agriculture Research Technical Center strategic plan in areas of transforming innovative technology for improving water management system and reduce emission, for agriculture and livestock system transformation, and support to the development of technical capacity of our human resources. Vanuatu looks forward to a positive outcome for this solution forum, to working with the FAO, GF, the international partners, expertise, and to achieve our mutual 2030 development goals. I thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you for sharing your views on how we can access finance through the environmental area, and what are the gaps and limitations. I echo the words from our colleague here, from our friend Solomon Islands, in saying we must continue to build relationships to create opportunities in order to achieve our goals. Thank you very much, our panelists. There's no opportunity here for question time, so you are free to go. Joseph? Shall I wrap up?
Thank you, Madam. I was delaying because I thought we were going to have a little dance. Not this time.
At the end, so I would like us to really concentrate on what we are trying to achieve so that we can achieve very beneficial outcome from this forum. So please, tonight, we need to finish early so that we can go home, go back and practice our items. That's our exercise for tonight. Thank you very much again, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not quite sure if that whole dance topic has gone off the table, because the CEO of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, who was supposed to chair this section, is not available. And the Honorable Lauli, the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries for Samoa, and you know, last night he taught us how to do the Samoan dance. But I'm asking, he has kindly agreed to chair the next section on partnership for food systems transformation. Honorable Lauli, you have the floor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Just bear with us, we almost finished. We have 10 more pages. Probably a few more hours. If you can hear me, say amen. Amen. Not hearing you, amen. Amen. Good. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now welcome you to the segment of our partnership for food system transformation. The expected outputs of the session is as follows. First, explore the importance of fit-of-purposes policies and strategies to guide investment and partnership in innovate around the limited opportunities to scale up to the SIDS. Number two, increase understanding of the role of a different type of actors in transformation of agri-food system. Number 3, identify opportunities, challenges for engagement and actions around the Sustainable Development Goals. Number 4, share experience in addressing common challenges to lesson learned. Number 5, identify support and collaboration in need for other players. I would now introduce to our panels as follows. From the Cook Island Agriculture, Tarama Aguna, and representative from Fiji Agriculture, Banesh Kumar, and Leroy Tatui from Niue. Can you please come forward? I sent my CEO to prepare our dinner tonight to make sure our beer is cold and our pan is ready. So I'm taking over again. Thank you, panelists. Our first question, what is the view of the SIDS? How can governments create and enable environment? Second question, what policy do you have to intend to formulate? And the third question, what is the most needed in the SID contents? The floor is yours, presenters.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Kia ora tātou. What I'm about to present is probably not new to all of us. But the question poses, how can government create an enabling environment? Government's role is the provision of infrastructure, IT, water, security, be it in national security, border security, marine security, and policing. Government is also responsible for the provision of health services, legislative and policy guidelines. But government should also be providing or an enabling environment that allows access to markets, finance, and capacity building opportunities. They are to provide the social protection systems or allow us access to climate change adaptation measures or climate mitigation options. Data collection, analysis, and reporting is also another responsibility that government can assist towards enabling environments. We also need to have robust and transparent governance systems. But most importantly, it is establishing partnerships between the private sector, the civil society, and farming cooperatives. An example in the Cook Islands, we recently set up a Cook Islands Agriculture Advisory Group in an effort to coordinate and plan activities for the agricultural sector in the Cook Islands to facilitate domestic and international trade in Cook Islands agricultural products. The members comprise of both private and public sector and NGOs. And there must be at least 3 women representatives on this committee. We are also in partnership with a new farming cooperative, the Ta'okata'i Kainatura, who is looking at exporting pawpaw to New Zealand. As a government agency, we need to be able to provide support to them, be it infrastructure or biosecurity requirements to get their product into the New Zealand market. The government of the Cook Islands has a 100-year roadmap, which has been divided into 5-year planning documents, roadmap. But we also have an economic development strategy. We also have an economic recovery roadmap where diversification is provided, which talks about increasing food production to ensure food security for the population of the Cook Islands. But we also have an agriculture sector action plan, aptly acronymed ASAP, because anything to do with agriculture should be as soon as possible. We have an NCD strategy that will be reviewed in line with the results of the STEP survey that was recently completed. These we have in place, but we need the resource to implement the objectives that we've identified. We are also proposing to draft a national food systems pathway with the assistance of FAO. But what is most needed in the SIDS context? Equipment, resources, technical assistance, and money, funding. We need to have access to technological advances, not just hear about it. We need to have access to innovations so that we can reduce our reliance on imported chemical inputs, animal feed and energy. We need to have access to funding mechanisms or climate change mitigation systems. We need to connect our innovators that we've seen present this week and farmers with relevant and appropriate businesses, research partners, or even philanthropists to assist them. We need to provide seed funding, or we have to provide seed funding for our new innovators as a way to increase our young and emerging innovators to be involved in agribusiness. We have to set up an incubation system for these new innovators as a way to mentor them through the process so that we don't lose them along the way. Just as was presented by Tariq, the first year we had so many, the second year, some numbers fell off. So we need to be able to hold on to them and guide them through the process. And as SIDS, we should be learning from each other. Throughout this forum, I've heard about partnerships and collaboration. Well, we need to walk that talk. It can't be just air. We really need to take it on as one. So I was also happy to hear that from our assistant DG this morning that SIDS is a separate entity from the bigger countries, but because for so long, we have been lost. When we talk about Asia, one Asian country is bigger than all of us put together. So we need to stand out on our own. And that's what we require from our partners and donor, regional and international partners. We've heard the Minister, our Honourable Minister from Agriculture, Samoa, say share. We have also heard that the time for action is now. Because if we don't do anything now, and as one, we stand to lose. I provide the following quote, and I think I've heard the FAO DG quote something similar in one of his speeches. He said, if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go further, we, as Pacific Islands, small island states, should go together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Timurama, for your comprehensive presentation. I now give the floor to our friends from Fiji.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I think a lot has been said by my colleague from Cooks, so I'll just add on to the bucket of list and expectations. But again, I want to, first of all, I think if you look at what is needed for SIDS, I think I want to just digress again a little bit on the fact that we have got similar challenges. Even this forum has shown that no matter where we are, either we're Fiji, Solomons, Vanuatu, we have got a unique challenge, and it is common to this region. And I believe when we look at it in a greater context, again, if you really see it, we have still within us, there are answers, issues, we have got expertise around, but it's again, I think we are not exploring as well as creating those policies or bilateral agreements that would allow us to share those resources. So as Honourable Minister said, I think the way forward for us in terms of creating something where we could share resources is bilateral agreements or within SIDS, an agreement of sharing a lot of that knowledge set that is there. It is quite rich. When we visited the research station, we believe there's a lot in there. that could be shared among the SIDS for us to have a collective voice as well as set up standards rather than following the world. So, in governments, I would believe that we need policies where we could freely share resources as well as genetic materials that takes a lot to develop. I'll just give you an example. Fiji just signed an agreement with IRI, International Rice Research, which is again called SIDS Beyond Borders. So again, a lot of research that has been done, the data that is there, previously we were not able to access it. So it takes, if you really want to release a rice variety, it takes at least 10 years for us to release a rice variety. We import the rice variety, we again do our research, all those things, because we have to do and reinvent the wheel what somebody else has already done. So it takes us around 10 years. With this agreement signed, it will take us at least 4 years to at the maximum to release these varieties. In certain cases, if it has proven, we would just have to work with our biosecurity and do some biosecurity risk analysis, and then we can release them immediately after maybe 1 or 2 years. So again, I believe what is needed is again within these SIDS, these kind of agreements where we could have beyond borders sharing of knowledge and data. And there could be protocols. We do understand there is competition. Competitions are healthy, done with ethical we say, backing. I believe it would be healthier, and it would again foster collaborative, we would say, competition. Now, the other one is, again, what is there? I have shared earlier on, Ministry for Agriculture in collaboration with the Ministry for Health and the Fiji Nutrition Center is again working very hard in terms of having this food and nutrition security policy. And at present, we're working through a number of agencies. But having said that, the other things that we have on ground in Ministry for Agriculture, we have created an enabling environment for our stakeholders as well as our partners in working through some common areas. One of it is we have got a very robust policy now in terms of reducing the load of chemical as well as chemicals, pesticides, weedicides, as well as chemical-based and synthetic fertilizers. So now we are moving away from these synthetic-based fertilizers, chemical fertilizers, to more of organic-based farming. So we are working with a number of partners. We have put in policies in there. The other area that I think a lot of us have touched, again, we have got a policy for women in agriculture. We have got policy for engagement of more youth in agriculture, and we are looking at now at present creating an enabling environment where we could attract investors as well in key strategic areas. Within those domains, the major challenge lies is again replacement farmers. Farming, I think when we went and visited this commercial farmer, he did mention that there's a lot of people who do not want to soil their hands. There are youths who do not want to come. So we are developing robust policies of modernizing agriculture sector. We're bringing in, we have some policies, and we are still exploring and expanding policies in e-agriculture. We have most of our now assistance packages as well as operations for Ministry of Agriculture in terms of client service is e-based. So if you want a program, you want an assistance on a program, you want a feedback, you go online, it's a portal created, and you give us feedback. That also goes to complaints as well as daily services. So that side of the things we are taking care, but the most important one is the mechanization. We're still sort of struggling. I take the cue from what is needed. Again, we need innovation. Again, we need, if things have done elsewhere, we want to bring it over, we want to innovate, we want to explore, we want to do better, improve, and again, we would say, fit it right to Fiji's conditions. And the last one is, again, the challenge that lies is what most needed for SIDS. I think SIDS, if you see, the challenging thing is erosion of experts, erosion of resources, human capital. We are on daily basis, in the Fijian context on daily basis, 1 or 2 skilled staff are leaving. And again, we are not saying that on the essence we want to stop these guys or stop this staff, but we are doing our bit in terms of making sure that we continue building capacities, and again, letting these people go in certain cases, they come back, reinvest, or come back and maybe take up positions within the system to accelerate growth within the sector. But a challenge is there that overnight we lose very scarce skilled people, for example, veterinarians, for example, entomologists, pathologists. And this is a real challenge for us when we look at food security in the facet of climate change, when we have got a lot of biosecurity risks coming up. So again, we are saying that for SIDS, it's a major challenge, I know, across the other countries as well. And I think the challenge is also there to how to retain that. Salary structures, numerations have been a challenge in a number of countries. But again, we have been, I would say, there are a number of donor partners that have come up with resource sharing, and I think this is something where at ministerial level, probably we could look into having this resource base which could be accessed by any country. So there would be, we would say, a team of veterinarians or team of entomologists. They could be SID-based, and they could be on need basis deployed to countries where there would be an outbreak or there is threats to some of the biosecurity risk. So on all, as alluded my friend here from Cooks, a lot of things are very common to Fijian context, but I just want to elaborate on certain things that I feel may have not been covered. Thank you.
No. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Our final presentation is Leroy Tatui. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and fellow panel members. From the health perspective, I'm sure my health colleagues will agree with me that NCDs has been a chronic problem for health systems in the Pacific region. And as such, I'm grateful for the opportunity to attend and discuss from the health lens in this session. I'm thankful for FAO and the host nation, the government of Samoa, for setting the precedent in promoting partnership with this high-level forum. This speaks volumes on how SIDS must approach multi-complex problems through partnership, collaboration, networking. Creating supportive environments has been a health system working principle for many years. However, the burden of NCDs, along with limited capacity of our health systems, further challenges our progress in development. The COVID pandemic has shown that health has an undeniable link to external environment. In the Pacific, it has a major link to food systems, agriculture, climate change, trade, and much more. And this highlights how important the whole of society approach is very important. As such, we cannot emphasize more on the importance of partnership, and going along is not an option. In order to enable governments to navigate themselves in these complex situations, we must work smartly. We've heard stories of health systems doing health promoting schools and promoting healthy diets. That to me is one way health can be involved with the bigger picture in transforming food systems in the Pacific. By creating partnership, we need to work on our engagement through stakeholder mapping and analyzing where the opportunities for partnerships can exist. We must expand beyond our own conventional forms of partnerships and alliances to involve our civil society, NGOs, and those at the ground level. We've seen innovation partnerships through the Maikana app, the prison farming initiative in Cook Islands, and those in the Coconutty initiative. They work with the disengaged youth. We must all believe in our shared values. That is the key, I think, in how we can improve the situation. Shared values, that despite our competing interests and the need to fight for funding and having our own specific objectives, shared values means that we're all working for the same goals in achieving improvements in livelihoods and sustainable development for our Pacific people. The partnerships that the government should look at establishing opportunities for should be public and private, through civil societies, interdepartmental, interprofessional, cross-country, and as we heard recently, a whole of Pacific approach. While I recognize the differences for these opportunities and what it gives to us in terms of the values and benefits for our improvement, we must develop the groundwork to enable policy coherence in this space. We must work better in our resource mobilization and investment, especially in our own local capacity, to develop our own people in order to improve our situation. With those few words, I thank you for your attention.
Lord. Well, thank you very much for the presenters this afternoon. Another round of applause for Cook Island, Fiji, and Niue. Thank you very much. We're coming to the private sector. La watu po ile fionga from sang to le four. Okay, we'll leave him to the next summit. 40-40. South Pacific and Triangular Cooperation. I would now call upon the Ambassador of China, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Your Excellency Jiang Jingqing, Assistant Director General of FAO, dear colleagues from Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, hello, Falawa. It is a great honor for me to participate in today's discussion and introduce China's outcome and experience in poverty reduction and the action solution taken by China on poverty reduction for the developing countries under the South-to-South cooperation framework. Upholding the people-centered philosophy, China has made great efforts on poverty reduction and break the development pace that shows its a national condition. Since the reform and opening up in China, 730 million impoverished rural residents living under the current poverty line have all been lifted out of the poverty, accounted for more than 70% of our global total over the same period. China has eliminated absolute poverty and established a modern prosperous society in all respects, achieved relevant targets set in the United Nations 2013 Agenda for Sustainable Development, 10 years ahead of schedule. China's experience in poverty alleviation proved that the poverty is not invincible. As the largest developing country in the world, China does its best to enhance South-to-South cooperation for developing countries' poverty reduction. First, putting forward China's proposal for developing country poverty reduction. Both the Belt and Road Initiative and the Global Development Initiative are major initiatives on international cooperation proposed by Chinese President Xi Jinping. With regarding poverty reduction as one of our key fields, the World Bank projected that the Belt and Road Initiative for cooperation will lift 7.6 million people out of extreme poverty and 32 million people out of moderate poverty in relevant countries by 2030. China has released the first batch of a project of a Global Development Initiative pools, including 50 practical cooperation projects on poverty reduction, food security and industrialization, and more than 1,000 capacity building projects. China has upgraded the South-to-South Cooperation Assistance Fund to the Global Development and the South-to-South Cooperation Fund, and add $1 billion to the fund on the top of $3 billion already committed. Such efforts will be further support the cooperation under the Global Development Initiative to help developing countries to eradicate the poverty. Second, focus on the development and providing public goods. President Xi Jinping proposed 6 100 projects at the 2015 High-Level Forum on Poverty Reduction and Development, including 100 poverty reduction projects, 100 agricultural cooperation projects, 108 for trade projects, 100 ecological conservation and climate change response projects, 100 hospitals and clinics, and 100 school and vocational training centers, which have all been implemented. At the first Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperation in 2017, the President Xi Jinping announced that China would provide assistance to worth 6 billion yuan to launching more projects to improve people's well-being in the following 3 years, launching 100 happy home projects, 100 poverty alleviation projects, and 100 health care and rehabilitation projects, provide relevant international organizations with $1 billion. Third, conduct effective cooperation with diverse forms. In accordance with partners' actual needs and conditions, China chose the optimal form of cooperation to maximize the result, including financial, materials and assistance, medical team, emergency humanitarian aid, debt relief, etc. From 2013 to 2018, China allocated a total 270 billion yuan to foreign assistance. Grant assistance accounts for 47% of the total. By the end of 2019, China has dispatched 27,484 medical work in 1,096 groups to 72 countries and regions. Since 2016, China has provided emergency food aid to over 50 countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, which has benefited over 10 million people. From 2013 to 2018, China canceled 4.18 billion yuan of debt involved 98 mature interest-free loans to reach the developing country. Heavily in debt, poor countries and landlocked and small island developing countries. South-to-South agricultural cooperation is an important way for China to promote global poverty reduction cooperation. By the end of 2019, China has dispatched 81 agricultural technology teams composed more than 800 experts to 37 Asian and African countries. China also has assisted African countries in setting up 22 agricultural technology pilot centers to promote high-yield crop varieties, help farmers increase productivity, and boost their confidence in development. China is one of the first batch of countries to support FAO, the South-to-South Cooperation Program, provide support unlimitedly. China has provided $18 million to FAO to set up the trust fund to support phase 1, phase 2 of China FAO South-to-South Cooperation. Phase 3 of the China FAO South-to-South Cooperation Trust Fund at $50 million has been officially launched. China has also launched multiple agricultural technical assistance projects in Pacific SIDS region. It has helped related countries improve agricultural production capacity and food security through sent agricultural experts, building demonstration farm, training modern farmers, promoting improved crop varieties, and provide technical support. For Samoa, over the past 12 years, China has dispatched more than 40 agricultural experts to provide agricultural assistance, established the largest comprehensive modern farm in Pacific Island country. It is worth mentioning that this year is the 21st year of China's Junchao assistance project. Junchao technology is a successful explanation in China's poverty alleviation efforts and China's important contribution to developing countries. In 2001, the first overseas Junchao modern base was established by China in Papua New Guinea. During the past 2 decades, China has held 270 international training courses on Junchao technology, which were joined by over 10,000 people from 106 countries. Junchao technology has taken root in 100 plus countries, generated tens of thousands of local jobs, became the well-known signboard for China's foreign assistance to poverty alleviation endeavors overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, as President Xi Jinping said, no one will be left behind on march to modern prosperous society. On the way to pursuing happiness and prosperity, no country or nation should be left behind. China will continue actively advance and participate in the global poverty reduction and development cooperation, working with the international community to leave no one behind, to make joint efforts to build a community with shared future for mankind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Ambassador of China, for your very great, remarkable. I'm sure everyone in our family in the Pacific has got its own diplomatic relationship with China government. And for us in Samoa, we are very much highly respected of our diplomatic relationship for more than 40 years now. And China has been supporting Samoa all these years. In our theme, we support the nation that support us. And we always honor and respect all the assistance in many avenues and continue on today. So Samoa also respect One China policy and also One Belt, One Road initiative as they push forward. So thank you very much, Ambassador, for your remarkable this evening.
Thank you, Honorable.
And I want to see you at our farewell tonight. You got a part to play there, my friend. Thank you so much. We now coming to the UN agencies of PA, the last part of our the questions are, where do you see your role as a fostering and enabling environment for private sector investment through public-private policy dialogues, multiple stakeholders platform and networking across the spectrum of partners? Number two, how can you work for SDG impact and at the same time improve the livelihood of small farmers and SMEs? The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Honorable and Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests. Is the microphone okay? Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah. First of all, I'll borrowed a quote from our esteemed colleague from Cook Islands. Yeah, if you want to go far, you go together. I'm sorry. If you want to go far, you go alone. But I messed it up. If you want to go fast, go alone. And if you want to go far, you go together. So I'll borrow that because I learned it's an African proverb, by the way. But I think, yeah, so again, when we talk about partnership, it's key to our work. We cannot talk about any of the SDGs without talking about SDG 17. They go hand in hand. So when we talk about SDG 2, about ending hunger, we have to work also on SDG 17, partnering for the goals. And one thing I'd like to highlight also is that, well, two things. One, no single person, entity, organization, or country can do it alone. That's established. Second, partnership is a long-term relationship. It's not one simple one-time transaction, because sometimes this is what makes it difficult in the private sector engagement, because sometimes it's seen as a contractual agreement, which is like buying a service, but in reality it's not. It's something that has to be mutually beneficial to the parties that are involved. When we talk about tackling food insecurity and malnutrition, it requires strong public-private partnerships. Private sector needs to make nutritious food available and accessible and affordable. That we've established in all the conversations we've had for the last 2 days. And second, the stability and sustainability can only be achieved through partnerships, because sometimes some of these projects are seen as pilots and they fail because there's no longer-term commitment. If the private sector cannot sustain itself, it's going to collapse, because you cannot continue to rely on seed money to make it work. So those are things we need to be mindful of when we talk about partnerships and building the strong relationship on how things will work. Now, we've been spending a lot of time working on partnerships as a UN system, specifically even in my organization in WFP. We work a lot on partnerships, mainly on logistics, on emergency telecoms, and then on food security. But we've seen here the focus entirely on the food systems and how we have to transform that. And there's a lot of global body of work and expertise that can be adapted, molded, but designed for the Pacific region, in the Pacific region. That's going to, that's the only way it will stick, because if it has to be stable and sustainable, we cannot just transpose something that's been dealt with elsewhere and expect it to work in the Pacific. So it has to be tailored for the needs of the Pacific. Now, I just want to touch about some of the key things that we've been looking at on the partnerships for, especially on the area of food systems, food security, and nutrition. We have tools that helps us to do remote monitoring to assist governments in identifying where the needs are for the most vulnerable people. To do that, it involves quite a lot of partnership with not just within the UN family itself, with WFP, FAO, but other players that are involved within that space, UNICEF and the other agencies, more so also with our other NGO partners are involved in the process as we work together in helping government. But the private sector plays a critical role there. For example, the telecommunication infrastructure is managed by the telecom providers. And we have to work with them to ensure that they have coverage in areas that would like to be able to get data. Otherwise, as we saw with the report on Sophie, the data, there's a limitations on the data if you cannot access all the areas where you need to have that. So building those strong partnerships with the private sector also helps act as a catalyst for their growth, because they will then definitely expand their markets in areas where traditionally they wouldn't go, because it may not be profitable for them to do so. When we talk about healthy diets, we need to look at how private farmers can produce local crops. And this is where I'm happy to hear about the government interventions in trying to create that enabling environment to make it happen. Because what we've seen is once governments have the enabling environment, building the proper policies, building the right infrastructure, and putting all the mechanisms in place, Private sectors will figure it out for themselves. They will do the work. They will make sure that they produce and be able to market locally. But it has to be in a way that allows them to have a playing field that allows the local products to be sustainable. We talk about also how we connect businesses with the consumers through the use of technology. We've seen very excellent examples yesterday on innovation and how these tools can be used to connect both the producers and the farmers and the consumers at the end of the day. The producers, the processors and the farmers. And we all have innovation accelerators that allows us to do these things. For example, we've seen the excellent example of having that incubator here in the Pacific. Some agencies have it in their global headquarters, but can also support the Pacific region, like ours sits in Munich, for example. And another point is how do we build resilience for communities to minimize the impact of shocks? Because what we've seen is that for most startups, they're very fragile. So if there are shocks, definitely they quickly go out of business because the focus is on survival. Working with governments on capacity strengthening in all areas and building resilience make it possible to have a very strong foundation for private businesses, especially local startups, to be able to flourish. So we need to look into all of those things as we work with the private sector and the government. And on the issue about how can we work for SDG impact and at the same time improve the livelihoods of small farmers, I would say that it's not a matter of either or. We have to do both. We have to ensure, again, that they have a profitable business model. The grants that can be given to help a startup to boost them to be able to do something is not sufficient if the business model is weak. There should be the ability to scale. If something cannot be scaled, then it's just a proof of concept that maybe something will work, but definitely cannot be sustainable. We should be able to connect them to markets, and this is where I think the UN system, working with governments, helps a lot. We've seen some of the tools being used with the use of technology. A practical example is on school feeding programs, which some of you have in your countries as well, where you encourage the production locally, you buy local, and then you consume local. So you can have a backyard garden that supports the schools, and you have farmers that you support as well as giving nutritious food to the children in school. So you create an entire ecosystem that's purely localized. And one thing we've learned from COVID, among other things, is the fact that localization really pays. Because there was a time when borders were closed, you couldn't import and export. People created creative ways of creating backyard gardens to sustain themselves. And these are the kinds of initiatives that we can work together and sustain. The role of the UN in the Pacific is to support governments in making sure that no one gets left behind. So these areas of capacity strengthening and all of these areas are areas that we will continue to explore and make sure that we work with governments in the Pacific and the local farmers and SMEs to ensure that they can take care of the needs within the Pacific and no one gets left behind. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Alpha, for your great remarks. We're now coming to the end of this session. To ensure we heard that all the actors of the critical roles to play in transforming agri-food system, to enable us all the actors to play their roles in transforming agri-food system while bringing about the social and environment impact, to the following points are keys. First, collaboration with all stakeholders, from private sector to government, banks, researchers, academia, and civil society. Second, women economic empowerment, integrating a gender-sensitive and transformative approach into all multiple stakeholders programming. Third is strengthening of family farmers. The food provided to the world 80% of food supply. Fourth, inclusive of digitalization, to make technology accessible and provide trainings. And the last one, public policy to ensure and ties with the private sector to transform agri-food system in an inclusive way while protecting consumers. 6, investment in food system, transforming and re-risking of such investment. That wraps up this session, ladies and gentlemen, and what about another round of applause for all our presenters this evening. I now pass on to our Master of Ceremony. The floor is yours again.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. You can now return to your comfortable seat. Let's give the Minister a round of applause. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just almost at the end of everything. We just have to do some very, very concrete things that can allow us to return home with something concrete in our hands. With this, we have the section Concrete Follow-up Actions from the Pacific SIDS Solutions Forum. And I will now invite Ms. Angelica, who is the FAO Director for the Office of SIDS, LLS, and LLDS. Madam Angelica, you have the floor.
Thank you, Joseph, and honorable ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the 2021 SIDS Solutions Forums, 12 key actions were recommended. Currently, at the Pacific SIDS Solutions Forum, we are building on the momentum unleashed at the 2021 Forum. We're taking stock of the progress made, as well as discussing the emerging challenges and innovative solutions to address these challenges, with a view to attaining the goals set out in the Samoa Pathway and Sustainable Development Goals. Throughout this forum, the need for sharing, working together hand in hand, learning from each other, and focusing on action, immediate action, has been stressed. There have also been many substantive recommendations emerging from each session. In this respect, I'm honored to facilitate this session on concrete follow-up actions from the forum, where we will listen to the chairs of some of the different sessions. Sharing has been the main theme and thread of this forum. Hence, the chairs will share with us their key takeaways from the sessions in chronological order. Each chair will have approximately 5 minutes and may speak from the floor if they prefer. Therefore, without further ado, it is my pleasure to give the floor to the chair of session 2, Ms. Fiasili Lam, 2021 Innovators. Fiasili, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Just briefly on session 2 with regards to the SIDS Solutions Innovators, we talked about 4 very exciting innovators who are and have been working on their products for a while now, and they have been rolling these out over the past years and have made very big gains in terms of progressing their innovations forward. The MyKana app, we heard, was the first digital tool supporting nutritional education, now in Fiji and Tonga, by providing nutritional information of common foods found in the Pacific region. The innovation supports educational goals of reducing NCDs by empowering people in the Pacific to make more informed nutritional decisions. The app also has a My Garden feature to advise on planting of common fruits, vegetables, and crops, encouraging households to produce their own food, and thereby the hope really is to decrease consumption of imports and of cheap, non-nutritious foods. We also got to hear about the Maua app based here in Samoa, a social enterprise e-commerce platform to enhance access to markets, with a focus mainly on women and persons with disabilities and other vulnerable communities. The app, as we heard, is available in English, Samoan, and Bislama in a number of Pacific countries, and is also available for use overseas as well. It has connected local businesses with customers and is compatible with e-money, and it's also able to provide valuable services during stages where we've had lockdown. The vanilla farming innovation with e-marketing also in Samoa, we were introduced to vanilla farming, which has had great successes in terms of expanding the size of the farm and the size of harvest, and also successfully marketing organic vanilla, mainly online. The individual has expanded her learnings, and as we saw, has managed to encourage others around the country to take on this learning, and has used peer-to-peer training approach. And this has proved very effective. This is, as a request made to FAO, we have connected the innovator with other producers. And as such, she is more than willing to see how she can expand this to other Pacific countries. And last but not least, the Genome Organic Fruits, an initiative connecting farmers to address post-harvest losses through the use of hot air dryer, to dehydrate produce such as breadfruit, and to extend shelf life to up to 4 months, and therefore enhancing the availability of foods that are usually extremely perishable in our types of climates, and thereby providing additional food security. The process is environmentally friendly and utilizes a sustainable technology adapted to the rural community. No electricity is required, as wood, grass, and other organic material are used for fuel. The innovators have requested support for the promotion, marketing, and the improvement of efficiencies by the development of larger sized dryers. However, food safety needs to be addressed for commercial use. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That's it from session 2. Over back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Fiasili, for sharing with us some of the innovators that we were able to meet and experience their solutions, including applications to promote healthy diets, e-commerce, some online sales that have peer-to-peer learning, and the hot air dryer, all of which have been expanded somewhat, either it be one country or within the peers, and sometimes in some cases to many countries. So I think this is a very good experience to take forward. We take note that there has been a request for further support for these innovations. And now I will pass to the session 3 on the field trip, where Isileli Ahololi from Tonga, I hope I got the name right, will present the key takeaways from that session.
Thank you, Chair, Your Excellency, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity. And as you mentioned, Chair, I'd like to make some response and comments based on the field visit we had on Monday. I think for Tonga, I mentioned how impressive on the scientific laboratory in Samoa, and I have made it very clear that if we want to develop our local food industry and our agro-processing in our respective countries, we have to develop this scientific laboratory services. I'm very impressed with the successful of Samoa in the development of their laboratory services, and I have mentioned that they are following the development economics of moving into primary industries. So in that comment, I wish to ask Samoa if they can share with us the development of scientific laboratory like that back in our small country in Tonga. And I'm glad that we are here with the FAO and some of the donor agencies. I believe that they can help us with the development of that. We wanted to develop our food system, better production. So that is my long-term plan for developing that scientific center in Tonga. My medium one, short term, I would like to ask Samoa and Fiji, if that's possible, to coordinate some kind of attachment program for our staff so that we can come around, our staff from Tonga, maybe from Vanuatu and Kiribati, and they can work in those centers, Fiji and Samoa. Same thing that we see development in Korea University. I think we can do the same thing here in the Pacific. The other observation I made is very important, the development of the livestock feed by the Chinese project. I think we are importing too much meat products from overseas. And we need to make sure that we develop livestock feed plant here in the Pacific. And I'm very pleased to see Samoa is moving on to that. So that initiative, it is very important that we have to develop in our respective countries. So not only that, but I think the meat processing is one of the area that we have to develop on. Maybe we can incorporate it in the scientific research center that Samoa has established here in Samoa. We can include the meat processing. We need a lot of safety issue, standard issue, and we always have New Zealand and Australia to support us in that development. Finally, I think the labor constraint will be something that we have to look into it. We cannot deny labor mobility. A lot of our laborers are going overseas on food picking and so forth. So if we have a labor constraint, we have to go to mechanization. I think you all know that we are using drone, for example, for doing the spraying of the insecticides and pesticides. And I think that's an example of the importance of mechanization. And we have the advanced country like Fiji and Samoa. I think I'm very pleased to see how you develop. But those are the response from our field trips. Over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaleli, for sharing with us some of the impressive sites that we were able to see, including the laboratory and also the South-South cooperation with the Chinese cooperation and Samoa and the mechanized farm that we were able to see. I think you made some very crucial points about how agri-food systems transformation requires the development of scientific laboratory services, how there's an importance to develop livestock feed in order to reduce imports and bringing up the issue of labor constraints and how that affects the agri-food system transformation, and particularly the fact that there is a high mobility of people who should be working in the field and they go elsewhere to seek more opportunities. We will now join two sessions, 4 and 5, which is the opening and the ministerial session, since the same person will be presenting, Mr. Joseph Nima, and he has probably a little bit longer since he's doing two sessions. So I'll give you 7 minutes, Joseph. Joseph, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Angelica. So on section 4, based on all of the discussions that happened, we concluded that after listening, for example, to the FAO ADG, the Director General, the following 6 points can be a perfect summary. FAO is committed to working with the Pacific SIDS countries to meet the SDGs, working with FAO members, partners, and other stakeholders. FAO systems, food systems shapes society by leading to better health outcomes and lifestyles. In the Pacific, solutions and initiatives need to be upscaled, nurtured, and shared for a better life for the Pacific peoples. However, transformational changes require an enabling environment and policies across all sectors. Additionally, government ministers and officials need to work closely with private sector and innovators. Collective knowledge sharing and digitalization are required for agri-food system transformation across the Pacific SIDS. The SIDS Solutions Forum 2022 should advance recommendations of SIDS Forum in 2021, and participants should also generate new solutions to address food insecurity in the Pacific. Sharing knowledge, lessons, including the expansion and replication of digitalization and good practices on food system transformation to support farmers and fishers in the Pacific countries. Now, the few points also can be a good summary for section 5, which was the ministerial section. After listening to all of the ministers, it can be said that agri-food systems in the Pacific have been negatively impacted over the last few years due to the impacts of the pandemic, natural disasters, climate change impacts, sea level rise, and the 5F crisis. Most countries experience high increases in food, fuel, and agricultural imports and equipment prices. Countries have responded by accelerating actions as listed on their relevant food system pathway documents and national development plans. Local production and import substitution have been high on the agenda for most countries, as well as enhancing market access and building capacities for local production. That agriculture, livestock, and fisheries sectors are all vital to agri-food system transformation agendas. Consumption of healthy foods continues to be a high priority for most countries. Multi-sectoral planning and programming is essential to ensure that there is a holistic approach to agri-food system transformation. FAO and donors are encouraged to support countries to facilitate knowledge exchange, as well as source financing mechanisms to ensure the implementation of the relevant country pathways. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph, for highlighting the words that expressed by ADG Kim, where FAO is committed to work hand in hand with Pacific SIDS to address these challenges that are many and leaving no one behind. This work should include partnership with the private sector and other stakeholders. You've also highlighted the fact that sharing knowledge and experiences are key to to transforming agri-food systems, and that FAO stands ready to support. It's now my honor to give the floor to the Honorable Minister Dixon Moa from the Solomon Islands, who will brief us on the Pacific Innovators Accelerator Camp. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In segment 4, we heard from the Pacific Innovators Accelerators Camp, and we heard from a number of young Pacific people from across the region. I was most impressed in hearing from the young Pacific voices on the Innovators Accelerators landscape across the Pacific SIDS. They are the future of our Pacific countries and our region. In light of the many challenges we had from each of them, they are motivated and show great determination and resilience. On vision and key priorities for the agri-business innovation agenda in the Pacific SIDS to sustain local innovations, and particularly from the views of young Pacific innovators, these include increased value adding on agri-produce, including the promotion of appropriate processing technology, increased marketing of agri-products and access to market, mitigating risk for innovators such as set up programs for first movers and startup, including the establishment of clear ICT policies. Collective action to benefit local communities and investing in farmers organizations with the concept of farmers as innovators and farmers helping farmers. Include entrepreneurship in the school curriculum at all levels to entice entrepreneurship at an early stage, including ongoing capacity building. Partnership, as we have heard throughout this forum, is key to unlocking resources, finance, and collaboration to support Pacific SIDS in addressing and building resilience to the impacts of the 5F crisis we have had during this forum, and to allow the development of SIDS appropriate solutions, including digital solutions to transforming their food systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Moa, for sharing with us your key takeaways, in particular for emphasizing the role of youth as agents of transformation, stressing the importance of mitigating risks through policy and legal frameworks, and also the importance of financing and capacity strengthening in order to transform our agri-food systems. It is now my pleasure to give the floor to Ereti Timion on behalf of Honorable Minister Wekoteki Tekiara from Kiribati, who will share the key takeaways from the Pacific overview of situation of nutrition and food security in the Pacific. Ereti, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Honourable Minister for Environment, Lands and Agriculture, Kiribati, I would like to share the summaries and outcomes of Session 8. We are being presented the preliminary results of overview on food security and nutrition in the Pacific, produced in partnership with several UN agencies and SPC. The report describes the current state of food security and nutrition and provides a baseline highlighting the key drivers and influences on food security and nutrition, such as changes in food systems, climate change, and natural disasters and other shocks. Although there are limitations to the methodologies inherent to every survey, the preliminary results show a high prevalence of undernourishment, whilst the obesity rate of adults reached worrisome rates in many countries, women being more affected than men, as well as high consumption of rates of sugar sweetened beverages among the population in our Pacific Islands. However, some challenges remain regarding data collection and availability related to dietary intake, nutritional status of children between the age of 6 to 14, adolescent boys and girls, and women between the ages of 15 to 49. Interventions of UN partners highlighted the need for prevention, for comprehensive approach given the multi-dimensional aspect of nutrition, that the cost of inaction is far higher than the cost of action, that the policy frameworks for taxation of unhealthy food are necessary but must be carefully devised. Countries were unanimous in acknowledging the report and noting that we already know the trends, and now it is time to act on it. Countries shared their vision on tackling nutrition issues by enhancing education and behavior changes, setting up relevant guidelines and dedicated units, boosting production of not only nutritious but safe food, and that targeting the youth can be a way forward. Kamrapa.
Very much, Erite, for sharing your key takeaways from the Pacific overview on nutrition and food security, in particular for mentioning the issues that were in the key findings about overweight and obesity being high, and the cost of inaction is also very high. How there is some, let's say, the light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, with education and behavioral change policies, and this brings way to a lot of possible solutions in this area. So I thank you very much for this. And now we turn to session 9. Regarding creative approaches to addressing non-communicable diseases in the Pacific. Excellent segue from what was said by Erite. And here I have the pleasure to give the floor to the Honorable Minister Vanity Tai Rose from the Cook Islands. Honorable Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I will share with you the feedback on session 9. Dr. Sarah Burgard of the University of the Sunshine Coast shared with us global success stories in creative approaches to addressing NCDs. These included policy action such as new food labeling requirements in Brazil for contents such as added sugar, salt, and high saturated fat, as well as restricting marketing of unhealthy food to children, as is done in Chile. Effective communications plans are those that embrace both traditional and social media for nutrition education. Apps and games are relatively new way of getting out such messages. Thirdly, school feeding programs can support local economies and provide a crucial social safety net, ensuring school children receive at least one healthy meal per day. And finally, the use of new technology can be used to improve access to food and also to reduce food waste, citing the Canadian-based Flash Food app, which enables users to purchase nearly expired food at discounted prices, which in the aggregate saves millions of dollars and prevents tons of food from going to landfills. Our distinguished panelists, made up of heads of health ministries, then had a chance to comment on the applicability of such approaches in their respective countries and progress on similar initiatives to date. Panelists noted the importance of ensuring communications messages reach the parents, as they are the food providers within the household, as well as the critical role that technology plays in disseminating messages, especially in countries with numerous outlying islands. Some countries noted the challenges of access to ICT, with one country having only one radio and one TV station, which are expensive. We were also reminded that many of these concepts, such as food labeling and school food policies, are not new and already part of the Pacific Monitoring Alliance for NCD Action, a Pacific Community Initiative. Many echoed the sentiment of Dr. Burgard that creative solutions have all been and must be developed from multi-sectoral collaboration. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister Rose, for sharing with us the key takeaways, in particular the local success stories coming from Brazil and the new food labeling, from Chile and the restricting of the marketing of unhealthy foods to children, the issue of behavioral change communication, about education through applications and games and how that's good to reach, it's important to reach children, the role of school feeding programs, and interesting apps on food waste, such as the one that was mentioned from Canada. Also sharing the panelists' reactions about the crucial for communication to reach parents, as they are the main food providers, the important role of technology, but also there's challenges with that technology, as there's limited access to ICT in some places. Reminding us also that in the Pacific, labeling is not a new issue, it's already part of the program, and that multi-sectoral approaches are key to resolving these challenges. Thank you very much. Now we have session 10 on the role of the multidimensional vulnerability index as an innovative solution to SIDS development challenges. And here it's my honor to give the floor to Ms. Simona Marinescu, the resident coordinator, United Nations resident coordinator. Simona, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. So a great sound coming from outside. We were looking for some serious rain, so that's indeed something needed for our farmers here and for our livelihoods. Very briefly on our session. So first of all, I wish to thank FAO for including this topic on the agenda. It is central to everything we want to do, which is a fair, deep discussion on financing and the needs for financing to make all those reforms and all those innovative solutions actually work. So I had the great honor to have with me Honorable Tatui, Crossley Tatui, Minister of Finance in Niue, and also the CEO of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Samoa, Pastano Measimi, with some interesting comments on the presentation of the MVI. So just as a reminder, we only scratched the surface today. We spoke a little bit about the history and also about the status of the MVI, that is the index still being discussed by the high-level panel in New York, with the expectations to have it adopted by mid-year 2023. It will be adopted, so there will be an index that will complement the GNI per capita to present more granularly the problems that countries have So I thought one of the key comments came from Honorable Tatoué, who mentioned that while this index is looking at features that governments cannot change with policies and laws and any budget interventions, it is also important to factor in that the use of funds in general would always benefit from high-quality policies and quality governance. So we do have a joint responsibility on public financing, regardless of the source, to make sure that funds are being well utilized. While we don't have enough, we need to use properly what we have. We also heard from the CEO of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that Samoa is the initiator of the work on the MVI, and as the new chair of the Alliance of Small Island Developing States, remains highly committed on ensuring a positive outcome. But the positive outcome will not come unless there is unity within the General Assembly for the index to be adopted. So we count on all the distinguished representatives of governments here to convey the message that the Pacific is always united and the most united. I come from the UN with many years of experience, and I've rarely seen a region more united than the Pacific. As we get closer to the adoption of the MVI, we need to have one voice saying yes. There are a few things that we need to take forward, and I'll be very brief on that. So first of all, the index does need high-quality data. We need to be able to compare values across the world, and we need to prepare for that stage when the index is adopted. My view is that we do have data. We are all buried in data. The issue we have is how to process data, how to generate analytics that are relevant to the questions that governments need to answer. So joining efforts on data analytics, on data processing would be important. So we count very much on that. Equally important is that we have in all our countries in the Pacific the integrated national financing frameworks. We didn't have time to touch upon that today. But these integrated national financing frameworks are now the only framework that all multilaterals and bilaterals are supposed to use in every country. I cover Samoa, Cook Islands, Niue, and Tokelau. Our 4 countries are working on the INFF, on the Integrated National Financing Framework as I speak, and we also have great support from the SCAP. I'm sure the other countries, I can't speak on behalf of my colleagues, RCs in Fiji and in Micronesia, but I'm sure that is happening as well. So the Integrated National Financing Framework will allow us to know at any time where the financing gaps are, what exactly financing instruments are being used, which instruments are not being used, and that could provide an opportunity for further expansion of access to financing. Without that framework, we will not be able to make best use of the MVI, so kind request on that. So very, very importantly is also that we work together on food systems, which is a key priority, to look into investment opportunities. We need to redesign value chains together in all countries across the Pacific. We've discussed here, there are very interesting solutions being presented that needs to be funded. So the hub with FAO, WFP, and IFAD in Rome is working right now on understanding what exactly makeup of what process on the food system redesign is built in every country and identify opportunities for investment. There is money, so there are asset managers waiting for opportunities to support governments in that regard. So the same applies to education and to other sectors. So we look forward to working together on that for the next 5 years, in which we have a new cooperation framework that I had the honor to sign today with Niue here. I'll close by saying that loss and damage also requires a lot of data to be collected. We have a great opportunity in the Pacific with regional organizations. All of the regional organizations that matter are actually present in the Pacific. I'm talking about the FAO, but it's also the Environment Program, is the World Meteorological Organization. So we need to start working on loss and damage. And we know that the agriculture output will continue to depend on the biodiversity of this country. So any harm that, any decline in biodiversity that is attributed to climate would need to be mapped. We need to prepare for this time when the loss and damage facility will be adopted. And I'll close by saying that we look at Fiji with much attention right now in support of the food systems, in support of broader reforms. They are the first to launch a blue bond. Should that work? Should that be a good story? There are some challenges we know. We would like to see that being tried across the region. Difficult on small fiscal spaces like our countries, but we will find ways to make it happen should interest be. So many thanks indeed. We hope we will have other opportunities to speak about the index, but FAO is deep into our hearts for allowing us to have this session. And we count on governments, on all distinguished ministers here for continued cooperation to ensure that the MVI is put at use. And in a few years from now, SIDS will not have a problem in accessing financing. Thank you.
Much, Simona. Well, you mentioned that we scratched the surface in the panel. I think you went very in depth with your comments. Yes, there is a need to move beyond GNI per capita, and I think that was recognized by the international community in the UN General Assembly. You mentioned how the Honorable Minister Renoué stressed the fact that we have to be responsible and ensuring the funds that are well spent, and this is something that we need to do. That part of it is also how we manage the resources and issues of governance. As Samoa, the initiator, is very hopeful for a positive outcome, and a positive outcome is dependent on the unity of the Pacific, which shares a very unified front, and this needs to be stressed as we go forward. The issue of data is a consistent challenge for SIDS, and we know that, but I think together we can all make efforts to improve the system. Simona, you also mentioned the opportunity of the integrated financing frameworks in terms of financing, and how there's also an opportunity for financing through agri-food systems transformation, and then the role of the United Nations Food Systems Hub. And lastly, you gave a push for working together on loss and damage. There was a window open in COP27, and we need to take advantage of that. So thank you very much. And now we have our next session, which is on next steps, and I will give the floor back to the Honorable Minister Maniatutai Rose from the Cook Islands to share some thoughts from the next steps. Apologies, I have you on the list. I also have one more on partnerships, which is the Honorable Minister Lali Schmidt from Samoa to please share the key takeaways from the session chaired. Honorable Minister, you have the floor. She said no. I understood that Honorable Minister Rose did not have the intention to speak on the next step session, if I'm correct. Okay, no, indeed, Honorable Minister Lali, you please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. A summary of our Partnership for Food System Transformation, I wish to present 5 key messages on partnership and 1 message on relationship. First, we are all the same. No matter where we are in the Pacific, no matter how big or small, we all have common challenges. And no one, no island, no Pacific island is isolated anymore. We are all in one global big family now. Despite our country Pacific needs, we have shared values. We need policy coherence with this space and work together in our resources mobilization. Second, we need to share, as I emphasized in our first day. We have within us the answers of solutions. We have very rich in knowledge, expertise amongst with SIDS, but we are not providing enabling environment and platform to share resources and share knowledge. I'm sure there's a lot of organizations and policies that have been laid down by Pacific countries all these years, the PITA Agreement and many others, but it's a matter of no actions. So as things get worse to our environment nowadays, we need to revisit again and make sure we activate it and find actions to these solutions. We need policies that we can share resources, data, and technical expertise. Data is available, but need to be able to access data or share it. A new word that I heard yesterday from our CEO of technology, blockchain. E-wallet, blockchain. It's another new technology of offering of how to trade in the world. No more middlemen. It cannot be acceptable in the banking system because it could be dangerous for other money laundering. We consider we find a way to sort it out. Third, as what our family from Rarotonga has emphasized this morning, we are strong together. We need to stand together as one Pacific. We are small on our own, but together we are one big blue Pacific family. But I want to amend it in my small advice. We need fast. We need fast together and fast to move forward. Because we need action now. Fast for speed, fast for development, fast for action, and fast for praying. If you go fast, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go further, we have to stand in the Pacific. But I want to emphasize, we want to go fast together. There's no much time to waste. We never know what's happened tomorrow. Many new things we've seen around us. So SIDS must approach problem together in all avenue ways available. Fourth, partnership is exceptional. Going alone is not an option. We must work smarter. We must include civil society and private sector in our work. I said earlier, there's no room for argument. We need everybody together. We community, we cooperate, and we move forward. And that's the way to success. We need partners. We need our strong partners around us. And you know, each and every one of us has got partners. For us here, our diplomatic relationship is so blessed for us. We have China, we have Japan, we have America, we have New Zealand, we have Australia. We have so many of all these people that's been helping, developing Samoa to where we are now, and we are so blessed and thanking them for all this help. Most of all, for the organization, we just thank United Nations that has been there right from the start. When we decided to be the first South Pacific island to become independent. That's 60 years ago. And I tell you, we just look back and see the expertise by our forefathers and the right choice they make for us. It was a hard beginning, but we're enjoying the fruit of the right choice for us. So never doubt it. So I thank UN and also FAO for the support. And thank you to all our donors and partners and countries that has been serving us. Yeah, sometimes we have some other, a little bit of conflicts, but conflicts can be solved. Partners such as China and others believe in the South Pacific cooperation in providing extensive support in the Pacific and extend to expand supportive in the future. Support in sports, economically development, culturally, religiously. We all have that because of these loving countries along us. Fifth, partnership is a long-time relationship. It is not a loan. It is not one-time transaction. Partnership is the private sector and must be long-term and sustainable. It is a private sector cannot support itself. If the private sector cannot support itself, it will be a collapse. That's why our new government initiative is to guide the way. Government-to-government level, government-to-government approach, government-to-government negotiation, so that it clears out all the obstacles and red tapes, make the way easier for our exporters to bring prosperity to the nation. So partnership must be tailored for the needs of our people in the Pacific. But I wish to bring in one point for relationship amongst ourselves. We are intermarriage between ourselves, the Pacific Island people. Nauru married to Niue, and Marshall Island married to Kiribati. Fiji married to Tonga, Solomon to Tokelau, and all others. And that makes us even more stronger. And that's how we see the future of looking after each other, because we are one. I was in New Zealand 3 years ago, get my youngest son to school. It was a new school. And then the teacher asked about 5 boys. Oh, where are you? And our first kid came on. Oh, my mother is a Niue and the father is a Nauru. So I'm half Niue and half Nauru. So to the others, oh, my father is a Marshall Island and my mother is a Kiribati. So half Kiribati, half Marshall Island. My father is Solomon and mother is Tongan. And so it does. So he asked my son, so who are you? My father is Samoan and mother is Samoan, so I full blood Samoan. And there was one little cheeky kid. The teacher asked him, where are you from? And he said, oh, my father is Samoan, but my mother is a Cook Island. So I'm half Cook, Samoan. I'm half Cook and half Samoan, so I'm a half Cook Samoan. Family, that's how we are. That's who we are. No matter we like it or not, we are one big family now. So no more pointing hands. I appreciate what we have seen from here for your support for our Tosa Amor. Thank you so much. That's why we are Make the Pacific as one. So I want to take that back with you. If it's relevant and useful, use it. If it doesn't, bring it back to me. Thank you, Mrs. Chair.
Honorable Minister Lalina, our host, for reminding us that we do share common challenges in the Pacific, but we are also united. Sharing solutions within the Pacific is important, but we also need to further enable this sharing. Resources are required. There's a need to seek new technologies. Going it alone is not an option. Together we are stronger, together we go further, together we go faster, hopefully. Partnerships need to be long-term. They should be facilitated and tailored. And I think lastly, reminding us all that we're one big happy family, and like all families, we may have our differences, but we all come together in the end for the best of the family. So I think this is a very good message, which threaten food security and put progress in the region on issues such as health and nutrition that had been made at risk. We have, of course, seen in our discussions that solutions can be found and to help the region get back on track to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. Country delegations have detailed the many ways in which Governments in the region are encouraging the production of nutritious local foods, trying to reduce the reliance on food imports, and implementing social protection measures. The ongoing development of the National Food Systems Transformation Pathway is, of course, a key step in increasing Pacific Island countries' resilience into such crisis. We heard country delegations share their thoughts on how to further advance with this process, supporting data collection, knowledge and information sharing, tailored partnerships, and of course, access to financing, which will be critical in achieving the much-needed transformation of the agri-food systems. The first overview of nutrition in the region showed challenges in data generation, collection, and analysis, which will need to be addressed, but demonstrates the willingness of this group to take up the difficult tasks. The session on financing for development provided a useful update on the issue of continued access by Pacific SIDS to official development assistance and other crucial resources. The importance of carefully analyzing trade-offs and specific examples were discussed. This was emphasized so that transformative actions are implemented after a due diligence. Above all, we've seen inspiring examples of how innovation can provide concrete solutions to challenges, whether it be expansion of nutrition education, providing better market access for women and other vulnerable groups, reducing post-harvest loss, or helping firms add more value and improve their position in the agricultural value chain. We've also learned of interesting examples on how innovative solutions anchored in nutrition and health can help address the prevalence of non-communicable diseases, a key concern of Pacific Island countries. One of the key messages of this forum, which many of you have stressed, is the importance of leveraging digital and traditional solutions to help achieve agri-food systems transformation. The region has a long tradition of agriculture going back hundreds of years on conservation and sustainable agriculture and its indigenous food systems, the knowledge which should be harnessed. Innovation is, of course, a key priority for FAO and is being further strengthened with the recent adoption of the first ever FAO Science and Innovation Strategy. This complements our other strategies, notably the updated strategy on climate change, among others. We've also had the opportunity to discuss and agree on a new country partnership framework, which will anchor our cooperation in the region till the year 2027, a critical period in our joint efforts to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. On behalf of Director General Chu Dong-yu, I wish to assure you that FAO stands ready to leverage all the financial and technical resources at its disposal to build on the success of this forum and to ensure that we are able to address together the many challenges we face in transforming agri-food systems in the region in coming years. We would really like to achieve with you together better production, better nutrition, better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Angelica. We are just at the end of this forum. We have a small section, but it's the most important section. But before this section, because this forum is about knowledge sharing, I wanted to do a piece of knowledge sharing with my African brother, who is the regional director for WFP, Mr. Ba. I noticed that my brother, he couldn't remember precisely the African proverb. He struggled to say that African proverb, so I will do the knowledge sharing here now. Ba, in Africa, we say, our forefathers told us that if you want to be very fast, you should go alone. But if you want to arrive there, go with your brothers and sisters. I'm glad that I'm sharing this knowledge with you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, We will now have the closing and wrap-up section. And so I will welcome the Honorable Lauli, the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, Samoa, to come to the podium. Honorable Minister.
Ana tua whapoponia so ua le tua sa whalau. Le foi wa tapauti o le tautianga. Pa wa le tātou whaliringa fulu le nei aso. Ana tulela le tua whapoe vanga le tātou maftanga. Le wafionga i le Assistant Director General o le FAO. E maise le paia maulungo minister o le Kapeneta. Paia tunu mo le Pasifika. O mpaanga o le lalolangi o tātou mafuta le nei aso. Na o whionga Simona o le malaulia wā le tātou UN. E mei se Mrs. Yao le tātou FAO. Talofa once again, my fellow family, Pacific family. I believe we are now come to the end of our Pacific SIDS Solution Forum. And we forever thank our Heavenly Father for the wisdom shared, guidance and protections upon us all. So please give a round of applause for our Heavenly Father. Your Excellency, Mr. John King Kim, FAO Assistant Director General and Regional Representative, Ms. Simona, UN Representative, Excellency Ministerial colleagues, FAO Representative here in Samoa, Mrs. Yao, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This really has been an incredible 3 days. On behalf of the people of Samoa, our government, I would like to thank to each and everyone who have joined in us in person and virtually, in sharing their wealth of experience, homegrown solutions, and innovation to transform our food system in order to maintain food, nutrition, and income security. This forum has provided us with excellent opportunity to extend with each other. We have learned a lot and know each other a lot other than during these past few days. And I pray that we will continue to interact and deepen our agri-food system dialogue. Agri-food system is awakening in our Pacific Island countries to the fact that we must work together to transform the way we produce, consumer, and really think about food, since food system can be unite us as a community and people, and it can be bringing us together around finding workable solution. Excellencies, distinguished candidates, ladies and gentlemen, we, the Pacific community, are unique in our own way of life, the Pacific way, and the way we have sensed closeness and unity, families among ourselves. These have made us stand out from the rest of the world. The Western world has already been developed, and the eyes of the world are looking at our little tiny islands. And we also have a lot of resources to share that hasn't been exposed. So in order for us, for all our effort to transform in our agro-food system, we should stand together to support each other. With the assistance and support from our development partners, as one of the saying goes, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. We have the advantage of training between other countries, not only goods, but the service as well. let us recall on how agri-food system progress and develop the expand during the pandemic. Even though the pandemic was taking previous lives and physical puts for our people apart, the process has actually brought people back and bring us back together. This is because food is central and it should be everyone's business. No food, no life, no happy. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of us all, I would like to sincerely thank you, the United Nations through FAO, for the great initiative and for all the tremendous assistance to provide to the Pacific Island countries in transforming our food system. And I would also like to thank you to all the development partners and the continued support throughout these years through the development of our Pacific SIDS. Last but not the least, I would like to thank you to all the people that contribute to this event. Our IT team, our photographers, sound engineers, and everybody involved. Thank you, boys. And especially my friend Joseph, Sungafata, and Titiru Saidi. What about a hand for our colleagues here? For our Pacific family, we did not come to the finale of our gathering. We'll do it in our dinner. But for now, it is always a pleasure for Samoa to having you all and visit and enjoy our beautiful Samoa. So you go for now. For the Lord peace be with you. And 6 o'clock, we will start our dinner until the morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I will now call on Mr. John Jane Kim, the FAO Assistant Director General and Regional Representative for Asia and the Pacific, to deliver the closing remarks.
It is always difficult to speak after Honorable Minister Lauri, but I try. So, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, FAO is pleased to have the opportunity to co-organize this year's Pacific SIDS Solution Forum here in this very beautiful island of Samoa. And I'm delighted to have a chance to attend the forum in person here. It is fortunate that we have been able to come together physically here in Samoa for the first time since the start of the pandemic to discuss our response to the twin crisis or triple crisis, the COVID pandemic, 5F crisis, and if you add one more, perhaps climate change, and use them as an opportunity for long-term change to achieve food security and nutrition in the Pacific. And I also appreciate the participants, particularly the ministers, who take time in this very busy period, end of the year, to come to join this very important event. Also, I want to thank those who have joined online, remotely. As the Honorable Prime Minister of Samoa, Her Excellency Fiame Naomi Matafa noted at the opening session, there is urgency for small island states to move forward with the transformative food system approach including government support towards building sustainable, resilient, and inclusive agri-food systems that fit their respective context. The forum has therefore been a valuable opportunity for us at FAO to listen to the priorities expressed by our members and to discover new ways of addressing the challenges that confront the region. We have heard many inspiring stories of how innovation can provide solutions to difficult problems and help transform people's lives for the better and build resilient and sustainable agri-food system. Our key common challenge is therefore to successfully achieve the transformation of agri-food system to ensure that they deliver food security and nutrition, better environment, and better life for the people of the Pacific. Successful transformation will be the key to achieving the FAO's 4 betters as well. As we have seen, the agri-food system transformation process is a complex and multidimensional undertaking, which will require both a determined effort by governments as well as significant resources in the coming years. I would like to express my great appreciation to the honorable ministers, the country delegations, development partners, and all the participants for the many valuable contributions to our discussions during these 3 days. Let me also extend my thanks to our donors and partners for their participation. Your support will be crucial in helping Pacific Island countries realize their aspirations and achieve the objectives that have been expressed in the many interesting interventions we have heard over the 3 days. Finally, let me express my sincere thanks on behalf of FAO to the government and the people of Samoa for the exceptionally warm hospitality you have accorded to the delegation during the past 3 days. Your precious help and the support in making this forum such a great success. In particular, I would like to extend my special thanks to Honorable Minister Lauli, Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries of Samoa. Also, I want to thank our colleagues in the sub-region office, the staff from Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, or technical team in the hotel for facilitating this event to proceed very successfully. Thank you very much. Now, officially, this Pacific Seas Solution Forum is over, and we will prepare for the very pleasant time for dinner hosted by Honorable Minister Lauri, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ADG. I just have 3 pieces of announcement to make. The first one is we have coffee outside. So please, from here, go outside and grab a cup of coffee. And I'm very sorry that we kept you here for many hours sitting without going to have the coffee. The next announcement is the government, as you all know, is offering dinner tonight. It will start at 6:10 p.m. And the government, the Honorable Minister and his government have generously provided transportation. So the vehicles, the vans will be available, and they will leave from here actually at 6:10. Then the last piece of announcement is that you might have noticed outside that there are some women who are selling Samoan products. If they attract you, please feel free to purchase one of them and take with you. Thank you very much.